everybody. I apologize for being a little late today. I completely forgot to set an alarm, and I was laying in bed just like, this is nice. And then I was like, well, I wonder what time it is. I wonder how long I can sleep. Oh, I can't sleep anymore. I gotta wake up. But I'm here. I got coffee. Let's do a quick shout out for a Killer Jam who's in here every morning. Killer Jam 25 is a wonderful human being. That's not how you do a shout-out command, Nether. You gotta do the shout-out part of the shout-out command. Here we go. There we are. Watch me go. There it is. Okay. So, those of you who play Ani might notice there's an extra couple of buttons down here. I absolutely started, working on a Dreco Ranch design, and it's too big to actually fit here, because it's a massive, endeavor. Now, what I might do is plop it right in there. I was kind of looking at this last night. I was like, that might be a nice top to the base, but then that does put a lot of stuff, because we're moving our ladder system over. I don't know if you guys can actually even see this shit. Well, that doesn't work. Never used this sub mod before. So the ladder system actually lines up with our main ladder system here and creates a nice little top of the base. I think that's probably what we're going to do, but there is also the possibility we could kind of stick it in over here. I don't know, but that kind of puts it behind things. I'm thinking, I'm doing okay. I feel really good other than the fact that I accidentally slept in, and the coffee hasn't kicked in yet. How you doing, Tom? I mean, your pawn is doing really amazing. Yesterday was such an amazing day in RimWorld. Such an amazing day. We made such a good start on the Sea Ice playthrough. I do want to keep an eye on this thing real quick. I don't think we can leave this on. I truly don't. Although I'm not 100% sure, because I mean, we're still losing heat. 537. I don't know if you guys remember, but when last we were here, we finished setting this whole thing up, and Flower was like, do it, turn it on, you got enough. And I'm like, I don't know. So we're gonna keep an eye on this. Temperature seems to be dropping 534.4, 533 point something. So every time that door closes, we're sucking enough heat out of here. At 435, this thing cycles, and we only got half the mass we need to keep this thing going, so I don't think we can actually keep it going. On the plus side, though, it is starting to fill up this bit over here. Now that it went up to that second tile, we're starting to get a little bit more. That's going to make the counterflow more and more efficient because it's going through more of the hot liquid. At the moment, our crude is coming in at 376.5 degrees. You're doing awesome. Glad to hear it. Glad to hear it. 76.8. So, yeah, we haven't quite reached equilibrium on our counterbalance. Jesus, those are words. So I think we might not be able to keep this running, but let's keep half an eye on that. We've got a little bit of magma here, so it's not like it's going to shut the system down. But we do have to shut it off if we run out of enough heat that this stuff starts coming in and forms a puddle of crude up here, because that could cause issues with liquids cracking through the side of the wall. Meanwhile, our dupes are just going ham on all sorts of stuff over here. We're going to start putting the copper on Do Forever as well, though. We need a lot of copper for that design because we got a lot of automation to fuck with. This thing's active in 24.8 cycles. This thing, Jonathan over here, Jonathan the Volcano, is going dormant in 6.3, but doesn't erupt for 7.7, which means we're not going to get another eruption. If we were to get one more eruption before it went dormant, we might be able to keep this petroleum boiler on indefinitely. I think we're going to eventually wind up having to snip that, but, you know, like I said, we're going to keep half an eye on that and see what the deal is. This is going to cycle soon. I'm going to just keep an eye on it until it cycles. Anyway, after that, it goes dormant for 78.4 cycles. Yeah, you know what? I know this is not enough. So in the interest of good form here, let's do that. And let's also do a little snipperoo there. I'd like to keep this oil down here for our temporary system, if we can. We're processing metals, processing everything. We are vacuuming out this area. I kind of figured out what I want to do here. Remember how I said we're going to open this into the base, like we're going to brick in across here and make this part of the base, and I'm not sure what I was going to do with it yet. I know, like, and I was like, we should put gas sorting here. We're going to put gas sorting there, but I think with this thing, with the ladder system coming up here, we could probably squeeze the bathroom in here and do gas sorting. And I'm not 100% sure. Let's not get too far ahead of ourselves, but it's a possibility. It's going to take me a second to wake the hell up. Temperature-wise, everything is looking nice. The spots that need to be chill are chill. The spots that need to be warm are warm. Okay. What's the plan, Nether? What's the plan? What's the score? How are we going to function? Do we start designing other stuff? I think we got to just kind of let the dupes run a little bit. So I think we continue our efforts in clearing this out. It's kind of become a little bit of a tradition so far, right? We spend the first hour or so strip mining down here until I panic and realize what we actually have to do. So why don't we continue along with that tradition? Also, you guys might notice that I'm not wearing my glasses. I think I need a new prescription. They don't seem to be helping as much as they used to. In fact, I kind of feel like they're making things worse. I don't know how to wear glasses. I know that sounds insane, but glasses is a new thing to me. I mean, not new, obviously. I've been doing... What are you doing in there? You're drowning in there? How are you drowning? Let's get you out of there, buddy. Let's get you out of there. We need you doing things for us. Let's put that on, like... I don't want to put it on an emergency, but... Unreachable. Why are you unreachable? Why are you unreachable? Are you not? You're not allowed outside. All right, time to start letting everybody outside again. Greenie, what is your athletics at? With the suit, it's at the... Why am I not letting Green Thumbs outside? Green Thumbs is solid. I think everybody is solid. Turner being the most solid amongst them because we totally leveled him up first. Don't let the oily carpet die. Get him to where he needs to be, Greenie. There we go. You know what? We can strip that all out. We can literally strip all of this out. Yeah, we're waiting for this to vacuum out as well so we can break into here. That's going to make these projects considerably easier. In fact, what we might want to do is start putting a ladder down here like that, just so they can get access. We're also going to want to actually button these guys up. I think we'll work on that today as well. It's not complicated, but it is going to require us to move a few things around. Nothing crazy, like... Now, I think, like, we're just flat. Why can't I move this thing correctly? There we go. Alright, I'm gonna have to let them build these. Because I need to break this bit to get access to what we need to get access to here. We need to put an atmo sensor and a pipe and a pump and a few other things in here. Yeah. We're going to basically let this thing dump down here continually. Same thing with these. This one and that one. Issue's going to be that... What is the issue going to be? No issue. No issue, but a skill issue. Basically, We need to get our water systems working. Everything is dependent on everything in this game, right? It's all just one big loop. We got to wait for the volcano to get going so we have an unlimited amount of heat to process the crude into petroleum so that we can pump the petroleum into our system to get water to pump into our oil to make more crude to get more petroleum. And once that loop is going, we'll be in a good position. Like I said, the fact that we're going to be ranching slicksters is probably going to mean that we have plenty of oil and petroleum coming in beyond that with which this can handle. Even though with the downtime from the dupes processing the oil wells, we wind up at like 9.5 kilos a second instead of a full 10. Even so, we can... Alright, these guys are going to aggravate me. Alright, we're going to have to move all of those guys. And I think we just pull something similar to what we have in base. I think we just drop them on a single tile over here. So, food. Does the drop-off building have an overheat temperature? It does. It does. So, that'll be wonderful. How much is the overheat temperature? 75. We'll get away with this. We'll get away with it. I'm going to put a drop-off here so that we can just wrangle the whole lot of these sons of bitches rather than moving them manually. And actually, we should just make that a mesh tile. Let's mesh tile it up. That way it just goes straight down and doesn't collect. That way it gets them out of our way of this little building project over here. Because they're going to drown. If I build this thing the way it needs to be built, they're just going to drown there. So we don't want to be drowning the wild slicksters. We want to keep them pumping out the wild. Oh, God, I'm dying. We'll try and keep as many wild animals going in all of the locations as possible for the sake of free meat that we don't have to maintain. And then we got to get ranches going for everything. We've got 48.2 tons of dirt, which is not a lot of dirt. It's not to say that we couldn't finagle a system where we wind up running bristleberry for a little while. We're already running the overflow into these bristleberry plants. And we're getting barbecue incoming from this. I just noticed that the one of the hatches over here turned sage. Not sure exactly how that happened, but sage hatches can be handy. A lot of people hate sage hatches. I think they can be quite useful. Once you get to certain situations and you've got waste product, they're good disposal. I mean, one of the uses you can do is you can slap them in your room over here behind your bathroom, and they'll just eat the polluted dirt that comes out of your water sieve, which makes them very handy. You know what I mean? Also, do we have sweepers, right? Do we have sweepers doing things? I swear we have sweepers doing things, but maybe not. Sweeper, sweeper, sweeper. What's the temperature over here? It's 20°C. So, you know, as much as I don't want to do this, we can absolutely get away with a lead sweeper just dropped in right here. Bloop. And what that'll... I mean, I just put it there because I saw the power wire. What that'll do is take the pressure off the dupes to put sand into the water sieve. Sure, why not for now. We'll eventually get rid of that. All right. So, guys, yesterday we started early. I played an 8-hour session of RimWorld on the new Sea Ice playthrough start that we're doing. It went really well once we got to our second attempt. First attempt kind of failed miserably. Not miserably. Comically. First event failed comically. Killer's pawn. Killer named the first pawn. And that pawn... That pawn... as good as they may have been, missed every shot when it actually counted, so they wound up dying. Then we only have one pawn. If they die, that's the end of that attempt. Okay, it looks like this place is just about vacuumed out. Vacuum's gonna, micrograms. Vacuum's gonna suck just a little bit out, but overall, this is just, the vacuum's about to overtake this area. That'll be good. That'll get us easier access down here. Last week we put in the suit docks coming straight out of some barracks over here. Now, eventually we're going to have personal bedrooms in over here, so they're going to stretch most of the way across. We should have space before we run into the heat over here, but that'll give us a nice little situation for our living quarters. Eventually, this floor and this floor are going to be converted to bedrooms as well for the anticipation of having a maximum of 16 dupes. We want to be able to accommodate those dupes, even if we're not using them. Even if we don't have a full 16 dupes on this planet at all times, we want to have the capability of bringing on up to 16 dupes so we can be training some to go to other planets. Also in the mix, we've finally last time uncovered the teleporters down here. Once we get this shaft in here, it's going to be a lot easier for them to come down here and grab all this stuff. I might also start sending stuff up to our little storage bit here, but I don't actually have a final location for the storage area. Again, everything is kind of dependent on everything else. I'd love to also put a kitchen in today, but we got to wait till this gets vacuumed out before we can actually add this bit into the base. Basically, once this is vacuumed out, we're going to put a line across here. That's going to separate the steam turbine level from the steam room level. And then we're going to put a line across here, bloop, and this area up here, this little awkward shape, this is going to become part of the main base, which is then going to allow us to put in our kitchen, bathroom, and stuff on this side. Now we're going to move our ladder system right here over. In fact, I think I might start putting ladders in here, just kind of to show that that's where our main ladder system's going to go. If we decide that, okay, let's keep on the same thing. So if this floor and this floor are bedrooms, that means that this space is kind of taken up. That's reserved, right? I don't even know if we can do that. Hang on a second. Let's do a little bit of math here. We're going to need 6 per bedroom inside, then the door. So from the door to the end of the first bedroom is going to be 7 tiles. So if we're doing 4 per floor, that's 28 tiles. 28 tiles brings us to basically here with the far wall. That'll kind of work out perfect. So yeah, we can do that. We can do bedrooms on these four floors. Obviously, we can't move the printing pod, so this floor becomes a little bit awkward. Depending on how the things shape up with the gas sorting area over here, we could either put the toilets in right here, which, how wide is the bathroom over here? This is 12 tiles. So if we were to, say, put the bathroom on this floor, giving a space, then this, and then, so 12 tiles would be there. I think we can do it, but I'm not 100% sure. We got to get a lot of bits and pieces in place with the gas. It looks like, it doesn't look like a lot, but it boils down to being a lot. Not literally boils, but, figuratively speaking. So we got to see. The kitchen really kind of has to go up in this area because this is where we set up our thermal regulator. We can't actually put in the deep freeze until we get another steam turbine in to put up here for the cooling loop for the steam vent and the thermo regulator. Once that loop is set up to cool both of those things and everything is attached to where it needs to go, that'll be great. The problem with bringing the base into this area is that we do have to run this heavy watt wire through. So what I'm thinking is if we put gas sorting here and run this wire through, then we could put like a wall, maybe with a door, so we could actually service things if we need to here, and then the toilets here. So if that's the case, if this is where the wall is, then between here and, let's say, 13 tiles, that gives us ish. We could almost pull that off with the bathrooms. We can do some stuff. It does mean we're going to have to move a few things. I'm not against moving things. Like this exosuit forge we moved last time. We're going to have to move that again. This tile was here only temporarily. Same thing with this guy. And we don't have to keep a perfect floor convention, right? Like, just because most of this stuff is 4 tall doesn't mean everything has to be 4 tall. We should make appropriate places for everything. We still have a nature reserve, right? I'm always nervous I'm going to break the nature reserve. It happens every playthrough. I'm like, oh, let's put a nature reserve here. Oh, shit, I fucked it up. So, in theory, what I'm thinking is right down here is probably where our exosuit forge is going to end up going. It puts it in a pretty centralized location to our bedrooms. Should be able to set up some automation real quick to get that going. But let's not worry about moving that just yet. Like I said, because the nature reserve over here is the nature reserve. We got to make sure this place stays nice and tidy. Let's take a look at our piping systems, our gas overlays. I forgot to get the one. I've been playing with a handful of mods this time around, which is not my usual jam. So I forgot to install the one that defaults it to the buildings. So I'm going to try not to fuck that up today. Are we vacuumed down here yet? Not quite. 1 microgram. Come on, you can do it. You can do it, game. Problem is this stuff floats up and the gas pipe is at the bottom. Bad call on my part, but hey, what are you going to do? It'll sort itself out shortly. Yeah, this is down to 454 degrees Celsius, and we have already shut this off. That's not enough magma. 533 kilos is not enough magma to run this thing for 78 cycles. We tried. You know, I'm willing to try everything once. Anything once, twice if you're lucky. Buildings. We can absolutely delete those. Those don't need to be there anymore, even remotely. This place is down to milligrams instead of not quite micrograms yet. That's okay. 1, 2, 3, and 4. So we probably don't need those there. So yeah, starting off today, we're just going to try and finish out some of the projects we had left cooking from last time. Last time might as well have been vacuum central. Like, that was the whole, theme of last time. No. I swear I'm awake. I was dead tired after stream, and continued to be dead tired all night, but for some reason, my brain wouldn't let me go to sleep, and I was at my desk just like, might as well have been passed the fuck out at my base. Alright, at my desk, not at my base. This is the base. This is okay. I got a funny question. There is one blob of polluted oxygen in here. I mean, it wouldn't be the worst thing in the world if we just let this in there, but at this point, might as well finish the process. Okay, so let us wrangle that whole shebang right there. All right, larva. Green Thumb should get all that sorted. I put it at a high priority. It means he'll neglect the Drecos for a hot second, but Drecos can sort themselves out. They've been going for quite some time. Come on, vacuum. There it is. There it is. Almost. There it is. There we go. Here we go. There it is. Okay, wonderful. Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. That means we can come down here and we can snip out this whole power grid here. I've been trying to do more planning in the evenings, guys. That way I come in with ideas. But, you know, we plan and Randy laughs. I mean, no, Randy's not in this game, of course, but... Alright, let's get these bits emptied out so we can maintain a double vacuum, or double liquid seal here. We've got a vacuum in here, so now we're going to empty these bottles. There'll be a blob of water there. I've been going with the smaller blob blocks. Seems that everybody is about them, so I'm going to give them another try. I've been nervous to mess with them because, you know, traditionally they break easily, and I don't want to have problems, but hey, might as well try new things on a more casual playthrough. I think part of the issue with them is it's easy to mistake them as just erroneous liquid and hit the mop command, and then you're totally effed. But we're going to try and be grown-ups and not screw things up like that. I think that's a reasonable plan. We can also deconstruct this and deconstruct that. We can mop this goo up right here. Killer is digging and building like they always do. Killer's always a digger builder in everything. Maybe that's why he died yesterday in the Rimworld run. They were like, hey, there's no digging to be done here, so Killer can't be in this run. Although there was there was no real digging or building to be done. Killer came in, did the initial building, and then had no digging or building to do for the rest of the run. So maybe that's why. Killer, I think unless you're a hardcore digger builder, your pawns want to die. You know, I mean, pawns and dupes want. I'm not sure who wants to die harder, pawns or dupes. They both seem to have a penchant for getting themselves into sticky situations that result in death. Barbecue, barbecue, barbecue. Flatulent small bladder. Not even going to look at everything else. We've got 78 tons of sand. We'll take the barbecue. That'll keep the dupes happy and keep me from having to deal with shit. Hey, Julie. How you doing? Let's do a quick shout out for Julie Pixels over here. How you doing, Julie? Guys, go check out Julie. Cool down for 5 minutes. Eat a bag of dicks. Frosty Bot. I love Frosty Bot. I'm just being sleep deprived. How are you today, Julie? We're doing things. We're finishing off the things we left for ourselves last time, and then we're gonna move on to a Dreco ranch that I designed. I don't even know how to show you because at the moment the whole thing is too big to fit anywhere until we make the space for it. Okay, let me try and zoom in a little bit. When I move fast, parts of it disappear. Do you not have everything? Doesn't matter. Oh, paperwork hell, I hear you. So even though it's hard to see because of this, the top two are Dreco ranches, the middle two are glossy Dreco ranches, and the bottom is a pip ranch. The pip ranch will produce enough dirt to feed all of the glossy Drecos on mealwood forever, may even have just a little bit of overflow as well. And the top ranch is insulated off, and it has heaters on thermosensors to keep the bomb lily alive, and will feed the Drecos on top on bomb lily. The ones on top require 6 bomb lily. The ones in the middle require, 8 mealwood, and that should keep us sorted. This also has an overflow ranch in the ladder system, as well as an incubator for each ranch. Now, an incubator unpowered isn't going to cut it, so we're going to have to power 3 incubators, but I think we can spare the power for 3 incubators, especially since we're about to have about 10 kilowatts of sustained power once we get another 70, 80 cycles into this whole madhouse. Now, I don't think you'll be able to reach here, but let's get you doing that if we can. Are you unreachable? No, you're awaiting delivery. Excellent. So I'm going to brick that in and brick this in, kind of forcing these last little drops of water down into here. We'll try and use every last piece of this. Right now, this is also filtering the polluted water that these guys are off-putting and shoving that into the oil wells. At one point or the oil well, at one point or another, we are going to have to just look at this as a timer. Hopefully, whatever we got as far as crude oil goes will last long enough to get us... You know what? I'm going to cancel this stuff right quick. I'd like to come in from the side here and get these slicksters out before we drown them in oil. I got a pot of tea and a nice stream to keep me company, so I could be worse. Aww! Yes, overlay plans. Everybody was talking about the blueprint mod, because I have the planning mod. So I went into a debug world. I designed a badass Dreco setup, which I just had up, but I designed it backwards. I designed it for the left side of the map instead of the right side of the map. Because of course I did. And obviously the left side of our map has a whole bunch of bullshit on it. I'm still on the fence. The problem with the Dreco ranches is that I'm on the fence as to whether I want to cram it over here in this corner or kind of cap the base with it. I think it looks good capping the base, but it does mean we can't install it until we get a little bit more work done. So, you know, as Francis would say, swings and roundabouts. Let's deconstruct this tile. Let's deconstruct this tile. Hell, we can actually deconstruct these tiles as well. Goodbye, tiles, and we should probably put in one of those. This is going to give our dupes easier access to the lower bit here on the map, which is going to be good for getting this stuff cleared out, getting ourselves sorted with these things. Have we moved... How did I cancel the ranching? Go and get him. Go and get him, Green Thumbs. Ranch him over to here. Oh, filter's not designated, that's why. We have long hair slicksters? That's weird. Slickster, 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 slickster. Okay, we can have an infinite number of them, because I just want the wild ones roped over there. Let's delete that block. Nether, nether! I have a question. I have an answer, Squiddy. It's blue. Blue is the answer. Blue sky. What's up? What's the good word? Do Minecraft chickens make a clicking sound? Yes. I remember that. I mean, it's weird, but yeah, when you get a lot of them, it just sounds like a horrible, horrible clicky noise. That was going on when we had that starter ranch where we were just swimming in chickens for for experience. God, those were good times. I enjoyed that thoroughly. Nothing like swimming in a sea of chickens. Had AFK right before the start, so did I miss anything interesting? Clicking chickens and swimming in a sea of clicking chickens. Other than that, no. There goes Julie, working out her frustration on the crusher. Get him, Julie. Get him. They've never made a clicking sound before today. Yes, they have. You just haven't heard it. Sorry. I've definitely been in the chicken pit and been like, oh my god, this is painful. They don't technically click. It has to do with the sound file. When you have too many of them close to each other, they like the sound file. It's audio nonsense. It's a bunch of audio nonsense. But I have definitely had chickens clicking. No, 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 no. It's gonna drown the whole population. Everybody get the slicksters up here. Jesus fuck, dude. Jesus fuck. Just get the slicksters over there. All of them. Every last one. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Don't let them drown. Bastards. All the work I put into saving the slicksters, and they're just dropping them into a freaking evolution chamber. Go, go, go. Faster, faster, faster. Douchebags. Idiots. Muppets, as Francis would say. Freaking Muppets. Are we good now, guys? Have you stopped trying to murder the slicksters for me? I really hope... did any of them die? Please tell me none of the slicksters. I would leave meat down here. Please don't kill the slicksters, dude. The slicksters are nice boys. They're adorable. I mean, we are just sticking them on a single tile, removing their ability to move around at all, which maybe is not, like, the most humane thing to do, but it's for their own safety, I swear. I swear. Jesus, fuck. That was already really stressful. Oh, my God. Oh! Slicksters are the cute blob napkins. Yeah, yes, they are. They are the cute blob napkins. They turn carbon dioxide into oil. Magically. They're also, like, very good animals to ranch. Everything has to be made out of steel in this world. So we're going to need a pump that goes in right here, I believe. Yeah, we're going to put a pump in there. We're going to go down here and find ourselves an Atmos sensor. That can be made out of lead because it doesn't have an overheat temperature. That can go there. This can then go across there. We'll put a... I don't know that we need it, but we're going to put a mesh tile there. That's going to go like that and that. And that's going to get deconstructed. That line, I mean, it's fine. Everything is fine. So, let me explain system here. You know, we have all this natural gas just floating around, and I've been trying to collect it. This is going to keep it from causing problems. Basically, what this is going to do is the oil will build up till it gets up to overspill this level, and then it's going to spill through here and force its way out here and drop down. So it's still going to drop. Should I flip this the other way? Doesn't matter. None of that matters. Let's just build it. And what happens is, once this Atmos sensor gets above a certain spot, let's say above, I don't know, above 500 grams, it's going to start pumping. So what'll happen is, oh, we got to vacuum this place out first. Well, okay. Welcome to the vacuum club. Welcome to the vacuum club. If anybody doesn't know, this is what we do here. We vacuum areas out. That's what we do all day long. Let's just vacuum the whole goddamn map at this point. No air for anybody. Hi, Bat Guy. Let's do a shout out for Bat Guy. I think Frosty should be off of cooldown now. The Bat Guy. Not to be confused with a Bat Guy. This is the Bat Guy. How you doing, Bat? What's the good word? Now, the problem with vacuuming this area out... we need enough oil in here for it to work. Doing good, sir. Done with chores and exercise ready to chill. Excellent, excellent. Exercise is something that I got to put on my plate as well. I am not good about that. Not even a little bit. Not even a little bit. All right, we need a little local sweep action here. What do we got? We got lead there. Okay, so let's do, for the sake of nonsense, let's put one there. This guy's going to be the same setup, so that's going to go there, meaning that's going to go there, meaning that's going to go there. Then we're going to put this here, do a little of this, a little of that. Can finally dig out all this nonsense. It is going to require a couple of ladder helpers, though, so we'll just go We'll go to there. This is going to be here, here, and that's going to go in there. So that's going to be difficult to get to off the bat. Let's actually deconstruct this bad boy. Actually, we'll probably make that out of insulated tile. That way we can just drop the bottom of our base down to there, and it can just sit on top of it. I'm trying to use 30 minutes every day. Has done wonders for me, just a dumbbell and some YouTube. That sounds great. I need to... I don't even need to do anything that big. I just need to get my ass up in the morning and go for a nice long walk. If I could just convince myself to go for a nice long walk every day, I think I'd be fine. I need just a little bit of cardio. I don't need to be strong. I just need to not be fat. And I know people will be like, "You're not fat now." I'm not fat, but I'm like 5 pounds over the line, starting in that direction. So I just, Doc wants me to lose a few pounds. It's been very difficult for me to even remotely change my eating habits, so I got to get on top. I also enjoy a walk. We're moving soon, and I'm excited because it's got a nice blacktop road for the boy to ride his scooter on my walk. Aw, did the extra T confused Frostspot? That looks like a different shout out. Did it? Did I? Why is it the fat guy? That shout out. Let's do. I don't know. I don't know. Frosty, you're disappointing me. I mean, I'm tempted to go check out the fat guy now. Maybe he's good too. Now, do we have any sweeping? All right, let's disable you. Yeah, we can disable you. And we can come down here, sweep only, and we could sweep up this little bit here. So let's sweep that out real quick. Then we'll, same thing, we'll put one of these down here. Dig that bit. Dig it, man. Dig it. Do I have to deconstruct this? I don't think I have to deconstruct that. I think I can get away with, because we can put a ladder there, right? What about like here? No shit. Okay, fantastic. So we'll just build ladders over there like that. We'll dig that whole situation out, and we'll get everything sorted. Alright, so we got lots of things to do. Now you guys will notice this this ladder system is coming down here. I'm slowly bricking this in just because I don't feel like vacuuming it out. And we'll add this into the base too. We'll stuff something in this little nook down here. What are we going to put in there? I don't know. But I don't think it's going to do anything on the outside. Bet he makes a mean barbecue. Oh, yeah, yeah. I don't know if you guys know those videos where there's the dude with the big beard. He always talks about himself being a fat guy, and he watches food videos, and he's like, oh, I'm never gonna be skinny. Like he'll see a video and they'll blowtorch some cheese and slosh it off onto something, and it's just like a fucking pile of gooey cheese, and he just his jaw just drops, and he's like, you can't do that to a fat guy. Oh my God, I am just never gonna be skinny. I'm like, oh man, I've never related to something so hard in my life. It is so hard to not eat delicious food. Oh yeah, I don't know why I did it to myself, but when I was in the hospital for all of my stomach stuff, I watched food videos constantly. Just constantly. Oh my God, pastries are so good. All right. I would like to get this water up here. So I think I'm going to give these guys like a like a little task here. I think we're just gonna... Any chance like this is low enough to mop? No. I don't want to get too cheeky with that, but ooh, that worked. Yeah, so we're going to have to let this thing run until it outputs enough oil to fill this up. Shouldn't take too long. We're already at 200 and almost 80 kilos of tile. Taste buds are moldable, though. It just takes time to adjust. I have a hard time adapting myself, but it is due. Oh, yeah. So there was a while where I got really healthy with what I was eating. It lasted probably about a year. I completely stopped eating sugar. Like, no sugar. I mean, not no sugar like no fruit. Like, no sugar like no processed sugar. And I went to drink a Coca-Cola one day. It had been so long since I had anything. And everybody's like, let's go get some pizza. And so we go over to the pizza joint. I'm like, fuck it. You know what? I'm going to have a Coke. And I ordered one. I took a couple of sips, and I had shooting pains in my stomach. And my taste buds were like, what the fuck are you putting in me right now? This is disgusting. Stopping sugar is pretty... Yeah, everything tastes better when you don't eat sugar on the regular. Absolutely agree. 100%. You know, guys, I hope nobody minds, but I'd like to kind of like... We're playing cozy, right? I know I said Do You Dreco as the title, but it's going to take a while to get the space cleared. Wherever we put the Dreco ranch, it's going to take a while to get the ranch cleared. We've got a blueprint. I've got a good idea. I'd like to kind of focus on, like, strip mining and finishing up these projects. We will make an attempt to get to Drecoing. Because we need the plastic for a lot of the stuff we're working on. But I'd like to just kind of take it easy, at least for the first hour here. And just kind of like finish it. Like, we finished up this little addition to this this ladder shaft here. Eventually this thing will wind up coming all the way down for the most part and having things branch off. What I'm thinking is we're basically going to build slickster ranches that come up to, like, literally come up to, like, here. So we'll jump out this side and manage the slickster ranches. We'll put a couple of exits and entrances along the way up and top. We might even put a liquid lock at every floor. One of the other things I do want to do, now that we've got vacuums here, let's put in doors. Always good to put in doors so you can manage permissions later. And the idea being that our ranchers are just going to come out of their bedrooms, drop down the fire pole, and manage the slicksters on this side and manage the slicksters on this side. We're going to have to work around some of the other nonsense here, like the neural vacillator. We're not going to let it go out the door. Obviously, we're not going to destroy that. We're going to recharge that and constantly just superpower our dupes as we go. Obviously, we can't move the teleporters. We want to make good use of those. Now, this volcano... This volcano is going to have to turn into something, and I don't know how, because we've got all these little bits and pieces around here. Maybe this is the playthrough we actually start screwing with pumping magma. I have a bad soda habit for 20 years, down to 1 can of Coke and 1 can of Sprite a day, which is like 5% of my... Yeah, I used to drink like a 3 liter of root beer a day. Like, I used to drink a lot of soda. I mean, a lot of soda. So, I am absolutely with you on it. Let's put this on sweep only, put that on all. We'll do like a little 6 just to make sure. We'll sweep up everything in here into that so that it's out of our way. And we'll start bringing... Where is that? It's right above the... That's going to go right here. So we're going to brick in the rest of that as well. Then we'll put insulated tile across here, and we can break that out from up there when we're ready. I felt a lot better. Start the day with a Sprite and avoid the caffeine in the AM. I can't go without caffeine. I can't. I'm trying. I mean, not trying super hard, but... This morning I woke up late, so I feel very bad about the choices I made this morning. I went and got a couple of blueberry muffins because I was like, shit, I got to be live in about a half hour. And so, but I did eat a bunch of healthy food yesterday. Yesterday I had strawberries, grapes, some cheese and crackers, some granola, some hummus, some pita. You know, as far as I go, I mean, I know the cheese is not super healthy, but in the grand scheme of things, it's not a freaking giant tub of sugar disguised as food, you know? Little steps is working. Yeah, I'm doing the same thing. I let myself slip today because I was running late, but we're gonna reel that back in, I swear. Let's deconstruct you. In fact, we can deconstruct you as well. We don't need you guys here anymore. This is coming along nicely. I'm really digging this True Tiles mod. I fought it for so long and fought it for so long. Thank you guys for all suggesting that this was a good playthrough to give it a go. Plus with my ADHD caffeine. Yes, yeah, same here. I take my ADHD pill usually right before stream. Once I get a little bit more stable with the way I'm handling my body, I might start taking that pill a little bit earlier, because I do think it's part of the reason I'm up late a lot of times. But I think if I could start taking my ADHD pill early enough in the day, I might be able to start weaning myself off of coffee. Man, our dupes are coming along nicely. This team of 7 is like so well trained up that it's like I cue something up and then bing bang boom, there it is. I've never taken medicine for it. My parents laughed when I got diagnosed, and by the time I realized it again as an adult, it's kind of like, well, I've gone 32 years without it, why bother? Hey, I started taking mine at 40 or 41 years old, and I gotta tell you right now, best thing I ever did. It's basically like drinking a couple of cups of coffee in the morning without the horrible side effects on my stomach. So by focusing on the things you don't have spoons for yet. Yeah. I always say, like, you got to do what's right for you. So, like, if it works for you, do it. If it doesn't work for you, don't do it. Also, I got on bipolar meds at the same time. So, you know, take everything I say with a grain of salt, because the bipolar was really the one fucking me up. Like, literally, if I forget to take my bipolar meds for one day, I notice a dramatic difference in my demeanor. And people around me are like, Another, are you okay? And I'm like, let me think about that. Shit, I forgot to take my meds last night. No, I'm not okay. I'm unmedicated. I take Wellbutrin and it's awesome, but I didn't respond well to it. Oh, I have the exact opposite. Wellbutrin I list as one of my allergies. When I took Wellbutrin, I was the most suicidal I have ever been in my life. And nobody could tell. Outwardly, everyone was like, "You're doing good. You look good, Nether. You're smiling. You're not, you're not upset." Yeah, everybody's body chemistry is different. That's why you got to take the effort to put in the time testing different things and having a good dialogue with your psychiatrist. Not you, but the colloquial you. You know, the stuff strictly for ADHD is awful for me. Yeah. Okay. So I don't know what it was with the Wellbutrin in me, but literally everyone thought I was doing well, and inside my body and my mind, I was screaming for help, like as the loudest screams anyone could make. I was just like, help me, I want to fucking die, please help me. But I couldn't express that. It basically shut off the part that connected my emotions to my mouth. It didn't make the emotions go away or subside or even out. It just completely just severed the wire that allowed me to express myself. So that was a really horrible experience to me. Yeah, it does. It feels like being trapped, like locked into your own head, and it was terrifying. I gotta say, it was pretty terrifying. So that was my first experience trying to get medicated. That was probably like 10, maybe 15 years ago. So that was an experience that really kind of put me off trying to get on meds. But, you know, fast forward a few more years and I'm over here like, well, you know, I'm still not doing amazing, so maybe speed made me way too jacked up, but I'm very yes. I take Ritalin, which is more or less legal speed, and it helps me. It keeps me going. That's one of the reasons I take it before stream. The first 6 to 8 hours of it is really like I'm on. That's why I can do all of this complicated shit and not like sit here and space the fuck out and not talk. So this thing cycled, and we didn't have enough magma to get a solid block here. It's a good thing I turned this off. But now we do have igneous rock in here. I can't wait to have the freedom to actually build this nonsense over here. It's going to be great. Okay, let me check something. Couple of things real quick. Let's get ourselves a bottle emptier. Let's put that over here, and let's deconstruct that temporarily, that bit that I put in, right? Okay. We're also going to have to... It's almost like I planned that shit. Take a look at that. So it's going to go like that. Let them work. And it's going to bridge onto this. Because we want that natural gas going into our storage up here. Anyway, I think the lesson here for all of us is you gotta do what's right for you, and you gotta be willing to put the work in, whatever it means, you know. Is there a way to like... Alright, so this is... You know how we talk about the things in RimWorld that we wish were in Ani and vice versa? In RimWorld, if you see an item, like I'm like, oh, this ladder. How many obsidian ladders? I could double-click this in RimWorld and it would highlight every single one of them. Trying to be a little bit better every day. Exactly. I'm doing a lot better now than I was a few years ago, or even a few months ago. So I'm proud of myself in that regard. Yeah, it took me many months to find the one that worked for me, and it was not a fun... No, same. Like I said, I tried Wellbutrin, and I immediately got so far put off of doing anything that I was like, I don't ever want to try meds again, which was a bad take. Definitely a bad take, so... I'm glad I eventually got back onto it. I'm glad and you know, it's funny because I spent most of my life being an all-day, everyday weed smoker. That was my thing. Like, I have a t-shirt that someone bought me that says "High Till I Die" with a picture of a bowl on it and a skeleton sitting in it. And I was like, that's me to a T. I will never stop smoking. I got on bipolar meds. I don't really smoke anymore. I smoke, you know, once or twice here and there. You know, if a friend wants to hang out and we're going to like do something special, or like my roommate wants to chill and, you know, smoke a joint while we're catching up on stuff, whatever the case may be. But I don't need to wake up and immediately start smoking anymore. I don't need it like that. And that's one of the things the doctor actually helped me realize that I was bipolar. He's like, so let me ask you a question. You know, like straight up, you know, no bullshit. What kind of recreational drugs do you like to do? Like, what do you do when you want to have fun? And I was like, I love smoking weed, and anytime I get a chance to take a Xanax, I'm about it. And he's like, those are both mood stabilizers. You're probably self-medicating for bipolar. Do you want to try some bipolar meds? I was like, well, fuck it, doc. I'm here. That's why we're here. That's terrifying to me, but yeah, can we start at the lowest possible dose? And he's like, yeah, let's start at the lowest possible dose. Let's give you a couple of things. The one I'm on is lamotrigine, which I think was originally developed for seizures, but it helps even me out. We eventually came up in a couple of steps. I think, what am I on? 200 milligram tablet once a day. I take it before I go to bed. Nice and even. I still get sad. I still get a little manic. I still get a little depressive, but it took the edges off. I don't go so low I want to die, and I don't go so high that I don't sleep. Well, a little bit. Maybe I need to up the dosage another 50 mgs. Well, you know, you combine it with a whole bunch of caffeine for the ADHD. That might have something to do with it, too. What do we got? Building impaired. Fuck you. Shabby dresser. Not the worst thing in the world, but we don't need another artist. Shabby dresser. Critter aversion. No, I don't like walking contradictions, Ari. You wouldn't be a bad dupe. Like, I could put you on husbandry full-time, and you could help. Nope. Can't take a critter reverse rancher. That just isn't gonna... It's not gonna cut the mustard. Hang on a second. Yeah, we still do have CO2. Okay, we need this to bubble over. Then we need to vent this out so that we can get all the CO2 out of this situation. And then... No more than that. And then we can kind of automate this to start dumping natural gas into our natural gas collector. I'd also kind of like to get the natural gas out of up here. We've got like just a freaking like a couple of grams, I think, of natural gas in there with like, oh my god. We have 6 tiles at 1.6 tons apiece. Jesus Christ. We've got 9 tons of CO2 in that right there. That's phenomenal. I was going to say that's bonkers, but that's freaking cool as shit. That's what it's about right there. Okay, okay. Hold on, hold on. We're going to put water and polluted water in here. I got to disable this in order to do this, because I want to disable this building, and I want to allow auto bottling. That way they just move this stuff up to here, and that'll send it through the filtration system into our crude generation. That'll help out the situation a lot. This is what happens when I wind up playing casual. I wind up building ridiculous systems anyway. Basically, casual means I'm gonna take my time getting to the second planet, and I'm gonna have a good time doing what I'm doing here. Now, to get a bit across here, is this vacuumed all the way? This is vacuumed all the way. That's phenomenal. So we're gonna do that. This is one of the coolest bases. I'm gonna go out on a limb. This is the coolest base I'd ever build. Yeah, Joyas are always good. We are going to decor bomb this place. Once we get the core systems going and get our team going on our other planets, we're gonna start decor bombing the shit out of our main base. I'm at 2200 plus with hardly anything built on the second planet. It's the journey. I did the same thing on my longest playthrough of doing on my longest, I guess, casual playthrough. It's the one we did on stream. I think we went to like... Did we go all the way to... I don't know. I'd have to go back. I feel like we went to like cycle 5,000 or something. Some absurd number of cycles. We were on the classic-sized asteroid with the spaced-out DLC, so I spent an absurd amount of time just hanging out and fucking taming volcanoes, doing stuff. By the time we got over to the second planet, there was enough infrastructure on the first planet that we were just pumping oxygen over there. We didn't even have to set up a SPOM on the second planet. It was pretty dope. I gotta say, it was pretty dope. Okay, I noticed one problem here. We now officially do not have a way to access our steam room from over here, which is not good. So let me bust this out real quick, because we're going to need to access that. So before we break all this vacuuming work, let's make sure we have the access built that we need to build, right? It means we're going to need another liquid lock over here, and we're probably going to need a blob like right there. Hang on, let me think here. So we could break out these 2 tiles, put a blob there, put a blob here. The other option would be to put a blob here, but then we wouldn't be able to get in. So yeah, so we need to put a blob right there. Conveniently, we have petroleum there, so let's empty that. I'm trying to switch over to igneous because we have so little sandstone that I don't really want to have sandstone anywhere now. We'll just eventually grind up all the sandstone and feed it to the hatches and be switched over to igneous. So we're going to put igneous there, there. 137 kilos. How much is this? That's good. That's the amount we need it to be. Oh, we need to do a double lock here. Hang on. Let me not get ahead of myself too much here, right? So, yes, this needs to be longer because we have other stuff we need to put up here with the steam turbines, but the steam room itself only actually has to be as long as the steam turbines. So that's going to be there. So this is going to be cut off here. So if we give it just a little extra, like here, this could be the entrance to our steam room. So we would be here with a block here and there. That would be our deal. So right, so we'd have a blob here, we'd have a blob here, and we'd have a blob. Actually, that's all we would need, because this would be a vacuum. Let's do a double blob lock here, just in case, though. So we're going to put a blob here, we're going to put a blob here, and we're going to put a blob here. We're going to have a vacuum here, we're going to have a vacuum here. We'll throw in an extra block right there, so that'll be like that. And that will give us access to what we need to do down here. Then this can get ripped out and the steam room can get pushed over. We do have to get more water in there and get the steam turbines in place to do that, but let's preemptively worry about that. It does mean that we'll be able to... This is going to be an interesting base. My son is too cute. He's got the wireless headphones connected to his tablet and he's jamming his little heart out. He's got it cranked so that he can't tell how loud his singing is. Too cute. Oh, that's adorable. You got the little like side pocket camera action going so you can record him and show him later when he's a teenager and embarrass the shit out of him. You got to do it. I see the problem here. Hang on a second. This is going to cause issues with this little temp system here, so let's just do that for now. Actually, that's going to get in the way as well. Hang on a second, bottle emptier. Let's mop you. Let's mop you. And we'll switch that to a single liquid. Yeah, we'll move this water first and foremost. Ooh! So this is what I was waiting for right here. This is a cool little system. They're warning about sharenting. Be careful how you torment your children. Oh, I don't have children, Zed, and I will never have children. I got a vasectomy several years ago. Now, I don't fault anybody for having kids. I think there are some really amazing people out there that have that should have kids and continue the generations. But for me personally, I don't want children. And a lot of people ask, y'all, yeah. A lot of people ask, like, oh, so you don't like kids? And I'm like, no. It's the exact opposite. I fucking love kids. That's why I'm not going to have them. I don't believe I'm in the place to provide what I want for children. So, like, I don't think I can give a kid a good enough life. So I'm going to opt to not have them and then spoil the shit out of my friends' kids. You know, like... I love being Uncle Nether. I will be Uncle Nether to the whole friggin' planet. I love that idea. I just want to, like, I want to be chill. I want to be, you know what I mean? Like, Uncle Nether, that guy's awesome. I need to put a airflow tile there. But I can't be, I just can't picture being Papa Nether. Papa Nether is not my, it's not my groove. Uncle Nether is where it's at for me. Sharenting. Parents who share everything, overshare about their children's lives. Oh. I didn't mean share it with other people. I meant share it with your kids. You know, when they get old enough to start talking shit, then you can be like, hey, you know, you think you're hot shit and you think you're better than anything, you know, you think you're cooler than anything in the world? You remember when you did this? Maybe that's bad parenting. But again, I'm not a parent and I'm not going to have parents. I'm the guy that's like, hey, you look like you need a break. You want me to watch your kids for the day? Yeah, sure, Nether. That would be amazing. I would love it if you would babysit the kids. Cool. We'll go to the zoo. And then I'll take them to the zoo, and I'll stuff them full of candy, and I'll tell them all about all the animals. And every inappropriate question they'll ask me, I'll be like, you know what? That's a good question. I don't know. Why don't you write that one down? You should ask your dad and your mom when you get home. And then I'll come and drop them off with loud toys, jacked up on candy and sugar, and be like, hey, they've got a list of questions. I'm going to go to the bar. I'll see you later. Well, not really the bar. I don't drink, but, you know, just for funsies' sake. Like I said, Uncle Nether. Seems vague, but who decides what oversharing? Parents who share everything overshare about their children's lives. Oh, so you mean, okay, so I think I know what Zed's talking about. So there are those people that don't talk about anything except their kids. Like, there'll be a whole group of people, hey, what are you doing for work? Oh, I'm doing this. How was your vacation? Vacation was good, da-da-da-da-da-da. And then there's always that one person that you're like, oh, how's your life? Let me tell you about my kids. And then they tell you about your kids. Oh, what else is going on in your life? Oh, well, you know how I just told you how my kid did this? Let me tell you how my kid did this. And literally the only topic of conversation is their child. They literally have no other interest or thoughts or anything. So for people that don't have kids, it can be a little tiring. But that's not you, Bat Guy. You're like, you talk about a lot of stuff. You've got some really awesome stuff to talk about, Ani. We've talked about health and life and all of that stuff. But yeah, I've been around parents that don't actually... They stopped being people, if that makes any sense. But, I think everybody should do what makes them happy. If you love talking about your kids, you should talk about your kids. You know? Like I said. Yeah, exactly. It's good to be a proud parent. It's like everything, okay? I think everything in moderation applies to this as much as it applies to anything, you know? You want to have a beer with your friends, you know, a couple times a year? That's easy. That's fine. That's great. You want to drink beer every single day, all day long? That might be bad. So, you know, you want to share important moments of your kids' lives with the people you love? Awesome. You want to talk about your kids constantly, even when the conversation isn't related to children? That might get a little tedious. There are a swath of autism parents who film their kids' meltdowns to show how sad and tragic autism is, which is an awful thing to do to a kid. Yes, very much so. The kid is really the opinion that should matter. Keep private things private and don't post embarrassing stuff about you. Yeah, remembering that a child is also a person, I think, is one of the big ones. And that goes into that whole, like, Uncle Nether, like, I don't want to be a parent thing because I couldn't provide the life I think I could provide. I think of people like when a kid talks to me, I don't treat them like a kid. I treat them like a person, you know, first and foremost. In my mind, like, yes, you have to you have to keep certain topics back, and you have to be careful what you say to children because they're young and impressionable and all of that. But sometimes I think people forget that kids are people. Like, they treat them like they don't know anything, like they don't have intelligence. And when I was a kid, and I think that's why I make a good Uncle Nether, because without having kids, for me, God, I'm speaking of kids. Hang on, are the dupes alive? Nobody's dying, right? I love kids so much, and I pay attention to them that I don't know. I don't know what I'm trying to say. But basically, like, I think of the kid first. I think of them as a person, type of thing. Saying right now is kind of my opinion on that. That includes how they are viewed on social media. Yes, exactly. It's their life. They deserve to decide what part of them is shared with the world. as much as anybody else. I mean, you're a person too, so as a parent, you deserve to be able to be proud of your children and, you know, share your life, and your kids are part of your life, but there has to be like that understanding. Just like if a friend would tell you something in confidence, you don't go and share that friend's secret. Your kids should be like your friends, right? Like, hey, my kid is my best friend, so I would never betray my best friend's trust. You know what I mean? I don't know. I think when you zoom out, we're all saying the same thing. I don't really like kids much myself, but they usually love me since I treat them like... Exactly, Aya. Exactly. I don't know. I'm just running my mouth about stuff. That's what I do because I'm a streamer. Anybody feel free to tell me to shut the fuck up, or that I don't know what I'm talking about. Because I often don't. That's how I think of it. Nobody has his back more than me. Posting stuff like that sounds like setting them up for failure. Exactly. No, Bat Guy, from what I can tell, I mean, I know I haven't known you very long. Like, we just met the other, you know, like a week and a half, 2 weeks ago, whatever it was, when Julie brought you in. Was that how we met? I think that's how we met, right? Through Julie? Jesus Christ, guys, I don't remember things. What I'm trying to say is, I think you know what you're doing. You seem well-rounded, and you seem to care a lot, so... I'm gonna be careful not to fuck this up. Hang on. Let me do a little counting here real quick. So the steam room is gonna end here. Meaning we should put this tile here? How did I do this math and do it wrong already? So 10 more tiles. So this is the steam room. And then we leave a tile. So if we put a blob of liquid there, we're not interfering with anything. Why did I put these here? That's supposed to be there, right? Hang on. Don't blame Bat on you. What if I blame you on Bat? Can we go that way? Alright, so this is where I'm going to use my little planning tool, because I don't want them to actually build that. Let's put a little square red dot there, and that's where that's going to go. And then this can go here. So then we're going to bring up the planning tool again. We're going to put a little dot, and we're going to use petroleum, right? So we're going to put a dot of petroleum there, and a dot of petroleum there, and then we're going to put a dot of petroleum there. So these aren't actually necessary. It's fine. Everything will be fine. Right. So 10 tiles to there. Wonderful. That actually works out quite well, because then what we could do eventually is just brick down right here, and then they come into the steam room and work over here. Yeah. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. DMCA. Okay. We're doing little sweep jobs all over the place here today. We'll go there with that for now. Got to lurk for a bit. Phone call. Of course, Bat. Of course. Again, I hope we didn't. I hope we didn't overstep any bounds. We're all here to support each other. So let's go with polluted water. Allow auto bottle. Get this stuff moved up there. We're almost vacuumed out down here. God, I love this game. And I'm awake now. And yeah, guys, I know I was online for 8 hours yesterday, and I've already talked about it today. But holy shit, that playthrough is already going so well. Now, I'm not gonna lie, like, you're never out of the woods when you're doing a playthrough like that. So we're gonna realize that there is the possibility that we can still lose that. I mean, as you guys saw with the first attempt, a couple of missed shots is the end of the colony on that type of playthrough. I'm really glad we have an 11 shooting now. Tom, I mean, because I do believe Killer was a 6 shooting or something like that. And usually a 6 is good enough, but, you know, I wasn't considering the fact that a 6 is good enough when you got 3 people, 4 people with a 6. If you got one guy and that is all you have and all you're going to have for a while, you might want to have a little bit higher shooting just to get the job done. Let's mop that stuff up now. This can get deconstructed. Just moving stuff along left and right here. Let's continue breaking this in as a project that doesn't require power and a vacuum. This guy can get deconstructed along with this pipe. That pipe no longer needs to be there. The gas vent no longer needs to be there. We can mop this up. That'll be good. Fantastic. Wonderful. Absolutely amazing. We may use this, but I'd kind of like to actually get this in place. So yeah, we could actually go in here, break that, and break that, because those are in place. That'll be wonderful. So the cool thing about this, I don't know if I finished this. This design, obviously I stole it from Francis John, because I steal most of my Ani stuff from Francis. That's why I want to actually start doing some designing, like maybe do a sour gas boiler design myself. I've seen him and other people's designs because I was looking at it like a couple of weeks ago. But I think I could design my own. We might do that in debug one of these days, or I might, or whatever. I might start it in a debug on my own and then share it, or I might do an extra stream one of these days where we just work and debug on it together. But anyway, this design. This thing isn't going to overpressure with the oil. This is going to allow it to function, and it's going to allow it to dump the natural gas up here. Once the natural gas gets above half a kilo, the pump will send the natural gas up. And they can get in here and access this, but we don't actually have to worry about this building up because the oil just spills right through its own liquid lock. So this has 5 kilos here, 5.3 kilos, and you'll notice it's not going up or down, and we've just got oil flowing off the side. Love this design. This way we can contain the natural gas and pump it to where we got to pump it, but we don't have to worry about pumping the crude out of each of these. We can just dump it down here. We do have 2 pumps for the crude to get it up here because, like I said, once we get our slickster ranches going, we're going to have a lot more than 10 kilos of crude a second. We don't want this to get too high because this whole area is going to be ranches. We don't want to drown our slicksters. All right, let's get the next leg of our excavation going here. Let's just crack all the way into... Let's just crack right all the way into there. Actually, let's go to here. Then we can get those slicksters out of there, get them up on our wild slickster tile up here. Then we can start chopping all this stuff out and making our way through down here. So where is our neutronium? So this comes over. Okay, that's working out pretty perfect. Basically, the plan is to have a line of mesh tiles at this level, unless there's neutronium that comes farther off the ground over here. But this kind of looks like the maximum we're going to have to deal with. So what we're going to do is, I'm going to queue this up already. We're going to start bricking in the floor of this area with... with igneous. Hang on one second. I want to check for zombie spores. I don't see any zombie spores over here, so we're good. Granite, igneous, obsidian. Yeah, we want the obsidian out. We're gonna slam in igneous. We have 541.9 tons of igneous and 786 tons of granite. The granite we're going to be using to do all of our decor. The sandstone is the second best for decor, but it's also the easiest to acquire early on. So we've fed the vast majority of our sandstone to our initial slickster ranches. We're down to our hatches, sorry. We're down to 2 hatches because we culled all the normal hatches and we're trying to get fully transitioned over to stone hatches. I do believe we have some regular hatches. Yeah, we got 13 hatches just standing on that tile, as well as a sage hatch. So we've got representation from all subspecies of the hatches, which is very solid. Deconstruct. I mean, there's plenty of petroleum right here. So why don't we move you here-ish? This is all vacuum. That's phenomenal. I do love me some vacuum. That all being... Oh, okay. One thing we have to do. We're going to have to get this power down here. Do I want to run straight across? That's going to get in the way. I was thinking maybe move over there, but yeah. So let's just go straight across. And we'll put a bridge in there. So let's grab our conductive wire bridge and just put that guy right there. And we'll start running heavy watt wire down through there, and we'll put a little... That's going to need to get all the way down there. I'm trying to make sure we do all of the things before we break the vacuum, and, you know, that way we don't have to worry. Because this section here, this is just going to get integrated with the main base. As soon as we get everything built in here that we need to, including the heavy watt conductive plate here, we're going to brick that in, and then we're going to break these bricks out and start bringing that into the base. Hey, Nether, what do you name the book and quill for the statues thing? I think you have to write something in the book. Literally, like, you could just palm roll the keyboard, like write ASDF, and then, because you have to have something in the book, and then you sign the book and name it statues. I'm pretty sure. It's either statues or statue, but I think it's the plural statues. Do you have access to my ender chest as an admin, Squid? Because I have a shulker with my book in there, so if you can't figure it out, but you can get into my end chest, you could grab the book out of there. Also, if you look up Zombie Cleo, she does a whole tutorial on the statues book. She's the one that's the reason I know how to do it. She's like the queen of statues on Hermitcraft. Don't think I can do it when I'm offline. Okay, fair enough. But yeah, I'm pretty sure it's statues. The way that most people fuck up doing it is, like I said, we're talking about Minecraft, by the way, everybody. The way that people fuck it up is usually that they don't write anything in the book. They just sign the book and title it statues. I think you literally have to write just anything, like the letter A, a comma, a period, like literally just anything. And that doesn't stay in the book. It, you know, obviously the book completely disregards that, but I'd like to get that swapped over for igneous, but that'll be a whole process, won't it? I'll let that be future Nether's problem. I actually think some of this is going to become part of the main base as well, because it's not like we're going to be putting stuff up here for our industrial area. It's all going to be over here. So I might just put the entrance to the industrial area over here. You know, one little bit at a time, right? 2 guys to a fight. 1 fight at a time, fellas. Fight Club. Ah, love that. Love that movie. Okay, it does seem like we're auto-bottling our polluted water up here so that it can get integrated into our system. This thing is pumping stuff in. Things are getting sorted down here. Did they automatically drop off the wild slicksters over there? Or did we get them killed? Ah, there they are, there they are. Or one of them? Is somebody entombed over here? What the shit's going on? Anyway, if anyone would like to join us over on the community SMP, I think Nightbot posted it, but I'll post it again. Here is the link to the community Discord. You'll see a Minecraft SMP section. You thumbs up the rules. That'll unlock all the other channels in the section. You add your name to the whitelist. Squiddy or I will hop on and add you. Or one of the other mods. I'm not sure how. I'm not sure if Johnny hangs out on this server at all anymore. I haven't been on in a while, so I don't really know who's active. I know Squid and Fen and a few other people have been on lately. I hopped on last night. Squiddy, I actually did something last night on the server. Go on when you go on, because I think you're on today. Go see if you can figure out what I did. I actually built something while I was on screwing around. Also, guys, Squiddy and I were talking last night. We're going to do an event next Saturday. I'll make an official post about it in the Discord, but Squiddy wanted to talk about it on his stream today before we got anything up there. So me and him are we'll talk again later in some chats and whatnot. But we're gonna be doing and Squids wanted to do this for a while. I feel bad that I've been unavailable. I love you, bro. I'm sorry I've been like distracted with other games and shit. What we're gonna do is Squiddy and some other people worked on building like a metro station thing with minecarts from spawn to the area that Squid and Bonkus and a few other people live. And we're going to have an event where everybody takes a section of the wall and decorates it. So everybody who comes on will get a chance to decorate it. And so that's going to be not this Saturday, but the following Saturday. You can see this in action. So you guys see how they're like releasing the natural gas by working on it, right? And this thing got over the required pressure, so we're at 4 kilos of pressure, and this thing is just pumping it on out. And this is how we're going to get natural gas for our range. Shit. I see something here. Hang on. I thought I saw the wrong color. Yep, we got a problem. Fuck me running. Okay, we gotta fix this system. This system is broken. This system is absolutely broken. We now officially have some stuff in here that I do not want in there. Oh my god, we're gonna have to recycle this system. I don't want to deal with this. This line backed up. This line backed up. So now we've got polluted oxygen in our natural gas tank. I was worried about this. It's from this thing. This thing screwed it up. Problems. Fuck. If I had just set up a polluted oxygen tank. Ugh. Things were going so well. It's fine. It's not a big deal. So how much PO2 is in here? 792 grams, 163 grams. Okay. I do believe we have a plumber, so let's deal with this way. Let's break this, and we're going to shut down this sorting system for now. We'll turn this guy off until we can get a better situation going. This is not an optimal situation here for off-gassing stuff, so we'll figure that out. Right now, we'll let it sort itself out a little bit. There's nothing I can really do at the moment. We'll have to set up another venting system for this and vent out all the stuff down here and then recycle everything into another sorting bit. Basically, let's not worry about this at the moment. This spot might overgas a little bit. If it does, we'll work with it. We'll figure it out. But, oof. That was a kick in the nuts right there. All right, everything was going so smoothly. But we'll get this out. This is not even a kilo of polluted oxygen, so we'll just kick on the top pump and have it pump it out, like, down here somewhere. And same thing over here. We've got, like, a couple of grams of natural gas in there. We'll have to micro it a little bit, so I don't want to deal with it right this second, but we'll get it sorted. Trying to. I think they wrangled it through the wall. Because I told it to wrangle, and now it's not there anymore, so I think they brought it up here. Huh. Yeah, I agree. Very impressive. Good job, dupes. Continuing along with this nonsense of a project here, let's do that. Now over here, I'd like to get some crude in. We're going to enable auto bottling for that because I want to get this liquid lock sorted. Cancel that. We're going to force this lock since this one isn't running at the moment. If we get most of the planet strip mined today and fix a few of these problems that Past Nether created for us, I mean, that guy's a good guy. He tried real hard, but, you know, sometimes you only get so far. And in the end, it doesn't even matter. I had to. I'm so sorry. I am so sorry. I'm not. Rocks out to Lincoln Park. Lincoln Park was like one of those guilty pleasures I had when I was younger. Not that there's anything wrong with Lincoln Park. Not at all. I just what you call. Had a lot of people like make fun of that band when I was younger, so it's the only song pack I bought when I got Beat Saber. Oh, that's awesome. Squiddy plays some Beat Saber. Squiddy's about the Beat Saber life over here. I might move this wire inside this wall. In fact, yeah, let's... that'll leave the piece of it in there. Hang on, that's not important. That's not nearly as important as some of the other nonsense we're doing right now. Yay! Subscribe with tier 1. Thank you, Barb, for showing support. I love you. Thank you so much. You rock. We're picking up where we left off last week, doing some things and stuff and things. How are you doing? How's your day going? Ooh. What oh, 100 kilos of steel. How do we say no to that? Nyctophobic. Husbandry cuisine. Auto. Husbandry cuisine. Medical, but bottomless stomach. Luddite, though. I hate Luddite. I won't take Luddite. Endgame people build and people do building, operating, ranching, and farming. And farming I'm putting fourth on the list. Those things never go out of style. At the end of it, like, you're going to be building and rebuilding and building and rebuilding. And even if you're not, you can always send a builder to another planet to work on stuff. I just spent 30 minutes trying to find an Uber to get me home and have to leave for college in 10 minutes. Jesus. We'll have to get Barb a helicopter for her birthday next year. I'm not willing to deal with new dupes right this moment, so let's do that. Is this locked up? This is locked up. Let me just make sure... Solid, 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 solid. Okay, so let's do that. Facts. Yes, absolutely. That there. Okay. Now we've got a little bit more base incorporated into our base. Good question. No cyborg eye enhancements. I wonder if I can go pick you up with a helicopter. I mean, I would imagine it'd be a quicker trip than with a car, but I don't think helicopters are generally very long-distance vehicles, so you'd probably have to stop and gas up a few times on the way. But, you know, again, I'm no pilot. I mean, unless you're talking about piloting a Magic the Gathering deck, in which case I do all right. Nether managed to gloss over the same question twice. Oh, no glasses today. I think I need a new prescription. They are... Or I need to not wear them when I'm at my computer. I don't know when I'm supposed to wear my glasses. Because, and I've talked about this a few times, right? I think I've had them for like probably 2 years now. I keep saying a year, but at this point it's probably more like 2 years. This morning I put them on and everything looked blurrier that was right in front of me, and I have a problem seeing at distance. But sometimes I'm far enough back, and I've talked about this before. Like if I lean back like this, everything on that screen up there gets blurry. And if I put my glasses on, it helps. But if I lean in close like this and I'm wearing my glasses, everything gets blurry. So it's kind of that like, maybe I need to get me some bifocals, you know? Or do that like, you know, I feel like it'd be the opposite. I'd need the glasses to go up so that when I look up, I see at distance, and when I go down, I see close. But my eyeballs seem to be working as is right now, so we're going to let it be what it is and adjust accordingly as we go, you know. Yeah, I can't imagine bifocals being useful or comfortable in my brain, but we'll, Alright, Alright, we're going to let that get in there, because we can't let this get overpressured, or we're going to lose our crude. That building is deactivated, so that's alright. Gonna empty that guy. Could be. My contacts make my close vision blah, but it's me see past arm's reach, so... I need a monocle? I'd be about the monocle life. I could go for that. I see the issue with this setup. I need to get like a small petroleum tank. Nothing even crazy, just something that's like literally large enough for me to stick a pump into. No, not home. That can go that way. You look bomb with the monocle and the top hat. Oh my god. Just call me Mr. Peanut. I am really happy with this base. Like, real happy with this base. Okay, so then this... that would need to get broken. Let's let them finish what they're doing real quick. Oh god, oh god, oh god, oh god. You, oh, I fucked up, I fucked up, I fucked up. Emergency. Emergency, emergency. Quick, 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 quick. No, 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 no. Well, I fucked the dog on that one. Okay. Okay. That was bad. That was real bad. Okay. 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 No, I just, that just wasted a whole bunch of time. We have to re-vacuum this spot now. Grams. Okay. 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 Nothing we can do. Let's just roll with it. Let's just roll with it. It's not like this will be the last time I do something dumb in this playthrough, so... Oh, no, 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 no. It's easier to just do what I'm going to do right now. We've already got stuff in place to deal with it for the most part, so we're just gonna handle. We're gonna slap down an airflow tile there. We're gonna go over here and put down one of these guys, and we'll just let it be what it is. We don't need to reload. I just it's just gonna take a minute. It'll be fine. Everything will be fine. I broke a couple of things while I was talking, but we had a good time, right? Yeah, we wound up with 31 kilos here. I see exactly how I broke this thing. Fuck. Can we mop that? I love you too. Go get ready. We'll see you soon. Well, well. Yeah, when you're working with vacuums next to gases, this stuff is bound to happen. I'm actually going to cancel the mopping over here. And we're going to put something right there so they can move. At least we kept this vacuum, which is the important part. This part is actually going to get connected into the base like the other bit too, so it's basically this whole section here is going to become part of the base as well. We're going to be moving this liquid lock, so it's not like we're out of things we have to vacuum. In fact, I probably should have put this somewhere over here, just for the fact that it would have made sense. Yeah, putting this bottle emptier here and setting it to 2 different liquids at once dumped extra water down here, which overpressured that gas vent, which backed up this gas pipe, which meant the overflow system wasn't working properly, and we wound up with polluted oxygen in our natural gas area. These are the things we figure out when we're trying to make stuff work here. Okay, natural gas. Let's remove that petroleum from that, and then let's empty that. That should get us back into our belt situation. Alright. Wouldn't be a day in dupedom if we weren't solving problems. And by solving problems, I mean solving the problems we create for ourselves. What are we at dirt? 51.8 tons? That's absolutely marvelous. If we have to, we'll take other means and switch over to temporary stuff. I want to get crude oil in here. That doesn't matter. If it overflows a little bit, that'll be fine. We did get that spot in the base coming in. Now, I want to use the hydrogen power over here on our Radbolt research. So let me check real quick what we got going on research. I think we've just kind of been trucking down the line over here. We're moving polluted water, so I can enable that. What we've been doing is pre-doing all of our normal and advanced research on this, so that when we get to Radbolt research, we can just bang that shit out. Yeah, I think we should continue on with our research, get everything knocked out that we need to get knocked out. I mean, we're going to need the apothecary eventually, so if we do this, that'll get us all the way through there. I disabled auto-bottling over here because we were going to pull water out over here, but this one is just set to polluted now, so it's doing what it's supposed to do instead of screwing things up like I did initially. This is what happens when you try to build systems too close to each other, especially when they're temporary systems. So, live and learn, Nether. Live and learn. Because what we could do is simply just put one of these over here and make that for water. And we could just dump water here and polluted water over here. That would have made more sense. So then now that's enabled, which means our scientists should be able to do some research. Our base is nicely oxygenated, so that's cool. Unreachable, why? Oh, because of this. Cool. Cool, 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 cool. Okay, how are we going to deal with this? Petroleum, one kilo. How much petroleum is here? 100 grams. Let's just move you over here. The water. Let's move the water just like right there. That'll be fine. Hello, Jonathan. Jonathan is on a little bit of break. Hello, Emily. How you doing? We got 75 cycles till Jonathan starts talking again. We didn't have enough magma to keep this going, so I snipped the line. Everything is nicely prepped, though. The moment Jonathan backfills a little bit of magma, we're going to have a petroleum boiler that's just going nonstop. How are you doing today, Em? I made a couple of minor mistakes right off the bat today, so we're doing a little bit of recovery. Well, not right off the bat, but I made a few little minor mistakes, so we're recovering. But we did finish out getting this shaft ready so they can come up and down here, gain access to the bottom quicker. We enclosed this guy, so we're not going to off-gas natural gas into this area with that guy. This thing's still going, though. This got vacuumed out, and I added this to the base, but then I accidentally broke a tile here, so we got to re-vacuum this section here. What else is going on? What else is going on? We're mass-producing copper and steel because we need a lot of copper and steel. I made a blueprint for a self-sustaining Dreco and Pip Ranch. When I move around too fast, it gets wonky, so as long as the basic shape is there, we'll be good. But it has 2 Dreco ranches, 2 glossy Dreco ranches, a Pip Ranch to feed the mealwood from the glossy Dreco ranch, an overflow ranch to shear overflow animals, an evolution chamber for overflow pips, and 3 incubators, 1 for each species. Which means they'll have to be powered because if they're unpowered, it won't cut the mustard. But I've been planning and designing a lot off camera. I guess still subtly borderline sick, but I'll just ignore that. Yeah, just ignore it. Just take some cough medicine, drink some coffee and/or tea, and you'll be fine. You'll be fine. Okay. Okay, we're getting there. Slow and steady wins the race. Now, the other thing about putting the Dreco farm up on the top as like a base cap, that's pretty perfect as far as placement, because then we could just run a rocket program here, have our Drecos here, have all this stuff like nicely sorted. The other cool thing is that since it's not over to the side, we don't have to have this leaky oil fissure going through our base. We could kind of wall off this side down to here, because our bedrooms are going to be up in here, and then kind of do something where we let it fall down over to the side over here and join up with the rest of this stuff. What's up? Yeah, it's Steve-O. How you doing? Still no proper sleep schedule, but from what I've heard, this is the new normal nowadays. Yeah, nobody sleeps on any type of normal schedule. What is normal? How you doing, Devo? What's good? Welcome on into the madness. We made progress. Took a little back step, made a little more progress, and slowly but surely we're making our way through the wild world of dupedom. How's your day going? We'll mop from here to here. They're coming out that way. Yeah, I really should. We're just going to wind up vacuuming this place out, too. This was bad order of operations, but it'll be fine. Everything will be fine. What's a normal, sane sleep schedule? Those exist? Lies and slander. Agreed. Even when I'm exhausted, I wind up not on a normal schedule. I could have gone to bed at 10 o'clock last night. I was dead tired at like 10 o'clock. 10:30 came around. I had eaten a little snack. I was sitting at my desk, mostly asleep, and I was like, you know what? Let me flip the Draco Ranch before I go to bed. I built it backwards from what we need for this playthrough, and so I did that. And then I had a video on ads. Oh, I didn't even realize I had ads going. I should probably schedule ads because I think Twitch runs them anyway, so, you know. Those weird normal people claim to have them. Makes a grimace. Yes, normal people. What is normal? Welcome back. Sorry about that. I was saying I didn't even realize. I try to turn ads off as much as possible on Twitch. The only time I opt to run them is when people do point redemptions to run them to support the channel. But I guess Twitch runs them anyway, so I might actually go in and start scheduling them just so like they happen on reasonable intervals and not randomly based on Twitch's arbitrary decisions. You know, things to think about. There was a little Twitch hiccup, so I had to refresh and got more ads. Gotcha. It's all good. Twitch runs them themselves. Yeah, I mean, at least I'm affiliate, so, you know, when you guys do see them, it is helping me, I suppose. Getting me a few extra pennies in the bank, which every little bit helps. Like, I've talked about it before. I don't really do normal work. Like, I don't... Again, we're talking about normal. Who knows what normal is, like we're talking about here, but... more or less, this is all I do. So, every little bit helps, you know. I have my schedule, but Twitch runs them besides yours. Yeah, okay, okay. I get them fat ad monies. It's... Unless you've got thousands of people watching you, the ad money is very negligible. The real money comes from... donations and subs and all that stuff. I mean, subs, I think Twitch gets 50%, so donations actually go more directly to me, but whatever you guys want to do, every little bit helps, like I said. I don't do normal. That's not my... I've been sick for so long that Twitch has been the only thing I've been able to do. I think it's like 12 ads for like 25 cents, and Twitch takes half of that. Weird. So you stream too, huh, Devo? Let me do a shout out for you then, because we try to shout out our friends here. So guys, check out Devo. Devo, I'm gonna make sure to follow you as well, just in case I'm not already. Follow. That way I can come check you out when you're streaming. I spend a lot of time streaming and like editing and doing all sorts of stuff, so I don't get a lot of time to watch other people's streams. But when I do, I like to come and check in on the people we know, you know, support our friends. Oh yeah, depression will kick your ass. Once I got my bipolar and my ADHD medicated and under control a little bit, the depression has been a lot easier to manage. I still get it hard, though. Last week, I was going through it quite a bit. I was trying to sort it out. One thing I did is I decided to take Myst off of my gameplay list because that game was stressing me out enough and triggering the depression a little bit. I used to. I haven't done it in a while. Oh, I already read that. Myst is a great game series. 1 through 3 was fantastic. 2 was difficult, but I blame a lot of that on being sick with pneumonia while we were playing it. 3 was like really solid. The first one is amazing, you know, classic game. I don't know, I can't really judge difficulty on it though, because I did remember some of the stuff from when I was a kid. So there is that. But all in all, it's a really solid series. But 4 was kicking my ass personally. And it was starting to feel like I would wake up on Saturdays like, oh, I don't want to get up today. There's just so, I don't want to do it. And because of that, I was like, and then I would feel all, I would feel self-conscious because I would be streaming for so long and not getting anything done, and then like I'd finish the day and be like, what the hell did I even do today? So I decided it was best for my mental health to take that off the agenda, but you never know. Maybe I'll bring it back one of these days. Finish it up. Or maybe we'll just like watch the stories online or something. I would like to lower this door by one. How difficult is that going to be? So these we can build without any fear of fucking things up. Realistically, that we can do as well. Mac the Hat, how you doing? Welcome on in. Mac, do you stream? I have automated shoutouts when people raid, but I don't have automated shoutouts just for people who stream that come in on the regular. I'd like to set that up somehow or another just to support everybody, but you know, little steps at a time here. All right, we're back down to 8 years ago. Gotcha. Yeah, I've been streaming steady 6 days a week for almost a year and a half, 2 years now. It took I kept trying. Before I got into my surgeries, I was streaming pretty regularly. Kept it up for a little while I was doing surgeries in the beginning, but really kind of fell off. Took a long time off. Then had that sputter start where I would start and stream for a week or two and then get too tired or go into another surgery. And it just, it took a long time for me to get to a place where I could do it. And I had a year between two surgeries. So last December was the last surgery I had, and the previous one was the December before that. So after recovering from the one in 2022, after recovering from that one a little bit, I started streaming again. It was November 27th, 2022. Maybe my surgery was in November. I don't remember. But for about a year and a half, a little more than a year and a half, I've been streaming 6 days a week, minus about 2-3 weeks of recovery this past December for the most recent surgery. And I love it. Okay, for now, I want to get over to here. What's the best way to go about this? I know it seems strange that I want to dig all the abyssalite, but eventually I would like to get to the point where we're making insulation. Huh. I think this is what we're going to do for now, because I need all this to flow that way, but I also want to get down here and break this in with igneous instead of using the granite. I mean, I suppose we could leave some of the natural igneous. 200 kilo. No, because, yeah, even if we lose half the mass, that's 1.7 tons, and then we would replace it with 200 kilos. Right, so we're going to dig out all of this stuff, but then replace it all back in up to here. My stream is now getting the hiccups. I am so sorry. Frames look good on my side. In fact, the connection looks probably better than it's ever been. Well, now it looks normal, but it was like... Yeah. We're on the high end of normal at the moment as far as my, stream nonsense. But you know what? Let's do a little bit at a time. Oh, the plans I have for this place. Yeah, we'll definitely be doing a lot of adjustments to this whole area. We built a temporary base in the center here, and then we started up against this wall, and we're trying to, like, gradually pump permanent systems. Now that we've got all this in place over here, this should be good. We just gotta get a few more things going. I really got to get myself some glossy Drecos. Either that or set up. We're probably going to end up having to set up another temporary plastic press situation, polymer press thing. But let's not do that just yet. Let's not do that just yet. We can get by for a little while here. How much water do we have in here? Good. About 100 tons of water. That's fantastic. Dupes. I would like to get this thing drilled all the way down, but maybe we'll start doing that. Like we'll do a little. Just stuff that doesn't get in the way of the current ladder system, but gets some of the pieces built. Could you do a base tour, please? Oh, sure. All right, we'll start in the center. I mean, the only thing really permanent here is this is the start of our bedrooms. Right now, they are barracks, so we'll start here, right? We're going to have everybody get into suits immediately coming out of their bedrooms. That way, no matter where they go, they're not going to have eye irritation. We're going to be able to get them... They won't have to jump in and out of suits every time they want to go out to another area through a liquid lock. So learn that trick from Sudsy. Right now, we're doing barracks, but once we start mass-producing plastic, we're going to start splitting this up into bedrooms. We're going to do 4 per floor. This bathroom floor here and this hatch ranch here. These are going to get changed to another 2 floors of bedrooms so that we can accommodate a maximum of 16 dupes. If we start using this thing and getting everybody deeper divers lung, we might be able to accommodate more, but we did the math, and realistically, with this cool steam vent and the recycled water from our other systems, we should be able to support about 16 dupes, which is fine. We don't need more than that. In fact, most likely the main team here is going to be like 8 to 10 dupes, and then the rest of them are going to be in training to go colonize other planets. My typical build when I start out is to do this. When I build next to this, because a light source plus 2 research buildings gets you a lab, so we've got increased work speed for research in here. There's a little duplicate gym over here that we don't have in use because all of our dupes currently are nice and steady. This used to be... I don't remember what this used to be. It used to be something. This is our Great Hall. The plan is most likely to... We're probably going to end up putting our Great Hall, like our legit Great Hall, in here with the nature reserve in front of it. I think the other barracks... No. Those are going to be here. We're going to move the toilets and the hatch ranch. So we're going to have 4 bedrooms, 4 bedrooms, 4 bedrooms, 4 bedrooms. The reason I went with 4 is because it's easier to manage the suit docks with it. 3 Atmos suits. Interesting. The old barracks was there. Yes, that's what was there. Absolutely. Currently, we have a nature reserve here, but we did print some pips, so we're going to use those to kind of do a little exploity natural tile creation. Probably right in here, create ourselves a little nature reserve in front of our Great Hall. We just broke open this area here, so this is going to end up being probably our bathrooms, our main bathrooms and kitchen over here. This setup, we've got a double electrolyzer submerged Hydra-style spam here with bullshit taming for our cool steam vent here. This will be a lot more stable once this thermal injector is up and running, which is going to just require us to slap a steam turbine in here and drop some water into here. And then this is going to cool this little tank of polluted water to store some chill to make sure this thing stays the right temperature. It's also going to cool down our thermoregulator, which is going to be working our deep freeze. We've got gas storage for chlorine, carbon dioxide, and natural gas over here, although a hiccup earlier in our little situation means I've got to get some... There's a few grams of wrong gases in these tanks here, so I got to deal with that later. these steam turbines is going to go up to 5 steam turbines. This steam chamber here is going to stretch over. That's why we're redoing our liquid locks here. Eventually, this is going to be an industrial sauna down here, so everything's going to be made out of steel, and we're going to break out the bottom here, and this is all going to be steam, recycling temperature back into here, having multiple processing things. I'm still trying to decide how I want to deal with the petroleum generators, because that water has to get recycled into our system, and the steam turbines are a great way to get that out. But with the polluted water, I've always wound up having to deal with little blobs of polluted oxygen in my steam room. So I've got stuff I want to try out and ideas. One of these days, Emily's going to send me her design for a steam room that auto flashes it. I got ideas on how we might deal with that, but this is basically our temporary industry until I do it for real. A petroleum boiler, we're basically waiting for the volcano to come off of its dormancy. Everything is prepped, it's been running. We've already pulled a lot of, well, not a lot, a little bit of petroleum out of it. We're going to be doing infinite crude storage here, infinite petroleum storage here. I've got 2 pumps in here because 1 full pump is going to be going into the petroleum boiler setup. Once this buffers a little bit more magma, we'll be able to run this forever. We're going to be setting up this setup with this guy, and that's going to dump all the water down here. The reason we're doing that is we've got this nice little low point here. So above this neutronium here, we're going to be having a row of mesh tiles all the way across the bottom of the map, so that all this oil that's dropping in from all these reservoirs is just dropping on that and flowing over to this side where it gets pumped up into our system here, because this entire bottom section of the map is going to be slickster ranches. Because we need... Once this is fully running, it's going to be able to support 5 petroleum generators running non-stop, meaning that we're going to have enough CO2 to feed about 75 slicksters. So we need at least 8 slickster ranches down here. And I say at least because there's other things producing carbon dioxide. I'm probably going to err on the side of caution and put like 9 or 10 slickster ranches in. We might have to decommission some as they go. Obviously, we're going to have to design around the other nonsense that's down here. So they're not all going to be uniform, but basically all the slicksters in this side and in this side are just going to dump oil down, and it's all going to slosh over here, and these pumps are going to stuff it into infinite storage here. A full pipe's going to go in here. The other thing, we put a second one in there because I know we're going to have more than one pipe once all the slicksters are up and running. That extra might flow. We might put a second petroleum boiler on this volcano for the overflow, because we do have at least 1 extra oil well, and we haven't gotten exposed to this side of the map. So if we have 1 or 2 extra oil wells and slicksters, we might be able to run 2 full petroleum boiler setups. If not 2 full, then like 2 1/3, 2 2/3 of a system. And that extra power we could put on a separate grid as the main power to deal with all of our slickster ranch stuff. Basically taking, we would take the petroleum generators, like the systems used for them and all of the pumps and everything and all the incubators and stuff we're going to have, and that would be on its own little system, and then the rest of the base would be on the other bit. We've got a temporary rad bolt set up over here being powered by the leftover hydrogen from when we had an open air electrolyzer set up that was pumping the hydrogen into this tank. These tanks got an upgrade recently, so they hold a lot more. Right now we're not doing rad bolt research. We're just kind of backfilling all of our normal and advanced research and focusing on other projects. And that's the long and the short of it. Currently, we're pumping some of this crude up here to get processed in this oil refinery until this gets online. When you process crude into petroleum in an oil refinery, you lose half of it. So for every kilo you pump in, you only get a half of petroleum out. Whereas when you boil it with a volcano, it's a 1-to-1 ratio. Every kilo of crude we drop in here turns into a kilo of petroleum. So, 10 kilos a second in, 10 kilos a second out. Which is enough to run, like I said, 5 petroleum generators. And 5 petroleum generators generate 10 kilowatts of power, plus enough CO2 to feed 75 slicksters, plus enough polluted water to recycle back into making the crude, as well as give us some extra, which is we're going to set up to pump into our infinite liquid storage up here. You'll notice we have this little input system here where this bridge is on. It'll prioritize taking the water from the steam vent and pumping it in here. but then the other liquid will bridge on and go in as well. This thing basically erupts and immediately gets pumped in, so it's not the biggest thing. And we're going to set up basically a shut-off system so that the steam turbines drop water in here until the steam room down here hits a certain pressure level, probably 20 kilos, so we can keep it nice and thick to absorb all the heat. Once it goes above 20 kilos, instead of dropping water back into the steam room that'll be down here, the shutoff will go and it'll send the water into our infinite storage. I should put in some extra ways to get liquid out of here. We could do that. Could we? This is a vacuum. This is a vacuum. How long do we have on you? 13 cycles? You know, it's a good thing we do base tours. You know what? No, we'll leave that, because we have to crack back in. It doesn't matter if a little steam gets up here. It's a petroleum crude lock, so, and it's a nice, stable, chonky one, so... Well, let's not worry about that till we have to deal with it. There's no way I'm going to be able to actually open this infinite storage, so what we could do is just put a... we could run that through there and then bring that out somewhere, but I don't know where it would go yet, and I don't want to add extra pipes that are going to get in the way, so we'll burn that bridge when we get to it later. The cooling loop loops through the base and then comes back through, cools the oxygen, and cools the steam turbines. I think we're doing okay, right? 19C, 21C, perfect. We've done a lot of vacuuming. A lot of vacuuming, so... And so basically right now our main jam is strip mining things. And... we're almost back to vacuum. This was my major fuck up here. I was trying to adjust the flooring here and managed to let some gases come into here. That and the infinite gas storage. Like, we've got almost a kilo of polluted oxygen and like a few grams of natural gas in the wrong tanks. So we'll deal with that shortly, but not important right now. Once we get this is almost vacuumed out, so let's keep a look at this guy. I want to move this door. Okay, so is this spot vacuumed out now? Let's just let it continue. Let me drink a little bit of my coffee here. Cheers, everybody. Oh, man, these statements take so long. Send me your thoughts and prayers. No thoughts, and I don't pray, but, you know, I'll cross my fingers, knock on wood, and send you all the digital hugs. Good vibes. Good vibes being sent your way, Julie, of course. I'm just screwing around. Of course, no problem. Happy to give a tour. Let's do that. And that? Yeah, let's do that and that. Then we're gonna have to try some shenanigans. Shenanigags. Oh, we have a printable. Didn't even realize. Did not even realize. 2 tons of water is nothing to sneeze at. Noodle arms, no. Noodle arms, no. Small bladder, I would prefer no. So water it is. I'm very picky with my dupes. I used to take, like, Oh, that's a good dupe. Let's just take him. Oh, that's a good dupe. No. On this playthrough, we need the opposite of specialized. We need everybody kicking ass across all boards here. So we're gonna make sure that the dupes we bring on are what we need. Not like, oh, they're good at hauling and this other thing, whatever. It doesn't matter. No. Everything matters in this playthrough, so... Weird noises. Okay. So this place is a vacuum, which is what it needs to be. But I would prefer not to have this stuff up here. This is a nightmare. It's a little bit of a nightmare, I'm not going to lie. Huh. Alright, let me do this. We're about 2.5 hours in. Let me take a real quick restroom break, because whenever I take a restroom break, get up and stand around, it's not even the restroom part, it's like just the second my eyeballs go off the monitor, all the ideas start swimming in. So I'm going to take a quick restroom break. If you guys like the music from the Be Right Back screen, please click over and show Bobby some love. I put his links up in the chat right now. I will be back in just a few moments, and we'll continue on with the madness of dupedom. I know it doesn't seem like it, but we've already made a lot of really great progress. I know it says do you Dreco, but we got a design for the Drecos, but let's keep going on what we have. They can wait. I'll see you guys in a second. Alright, quick in and out. We're ready to go again. My brain didn't do any braining. So, let's just take a look at this on pause right quick, right? So, this is going to be our little double liquid lock to get into our steam room. Like, all of these locks will get broken. We don't need to do that right this second, right? That being said... This is all gonna, like, everything over here, basically, we're gonna probably end up putting a wall right here. Right? And then they're gonna come in up here into the steam room. To work. Which means this is all gonna be part of the base, more or less. So essentially right here, bloop, this is going to get all deleted and basically become ladders or whatever this floor winds up being here. I'm not sure what that's going to be. This place might get squeezed a little bit. I think for now we don't fuck with it. Like, I want to mess with this, but there's no real need to mess with it. So I think we leave it as is. We'll even leave this pump in place just in case I fuck up again, which is likely. As far as... Okay, vacuum, vacuum, vacuum. We'll break this out. Because I'm gradually just trying to, like, connect the left side here to the actual base. I think the main project today has been getting this bottom area sorted out. And I think I'd like to continue along those lines. Let me think here. Alright, let's queue that up. And we'll kind of work our way across little at a time. That's just on buildings, so... we can bring this back into the mix. There shouldn't be anything behind there, right? Right, I was just bricking this in because I didn't feel like vacuuming it because we've had so many vacuum projects. That being said, how is this coming over here? We're going to empty that. I'm going to press play now that we've got a few things queued up. What I was doing before is I was breaking... This is vacuum, right? That's vacuum. So we don't actually need these bits of petroleum. And we can break in here. Because this is space we can add to the main base. I might eventually remove these liquid locks up here that we just installed. For now, we're going to leave them there because we're probably going to have to get in and deal with some stuff over there. We're not going to break these out until we need to because we need to get more water in here, get a few more systems in place. But how much copper do we have? 7.9 tons. Okay, good. We're going to need a lot of copper for the Draco farm because we need a lot of automation. So... do need like a small petroleum tank somewhere. For now, I'm going to just kind of move all this stuff to the other side here. Okay. So that's looking good. How are we doing down here? Alright, not bad at all. And we are gradually filling this with crude. Right, that's happening, but not at a very quick rate, which is perfectly fine. That is going to have to get vacuumed out, so let's set up for that as well. Basically, we've been doing overpressured gas setups, like, for this entire playthrough. Like, that's just been our entire playthrough, is just... let's set up one of these little overpressured gas setups. Okay, let's vacuum everything out. So we're going to do that. We're going to grab furniture. My dream is to vacuum out every part of the map that doesn't absolutely require us to have a gas there. Like, that is the dream, ladies and gentlemen. Okay. Okay, let's get some liquid on this guy. We want you to have petroleum. Petroleum seems to be the most common thing just floating around in canisters here, so we'll make that happen. There's just little bits and pieces I want to take care of here and there, right? Like these ladders over here, these can go. Those can go. That can go. That can go. Actually, no, we'll leave that there because these can also go. That'll give them access. We're just going to kind of try and clean up behind ourselves as we go here. So now our dupes have way better access to a lot of places. Now, I don't think... we might even be able to recapture some of this. When I was like talking about moving this liquid lock, it's like, well, it's kind of an unnecessary thing to do at the moment. Because there's a good chance that that's going to shift this way. I just wanted to leave ourselves enough space to put in the other 2 steam turbines, but also put in a couple of liquid buffers because we're going to be splitting to different cooling loops. This cooling loop here, that's basically going to be used to cool the industrial stuff, cool the steam turbines, cool the oxygen, etc., etc. Then we're going to set up a new aqua tuner for the base cooling loop when we get there, so that'll need its own buffer tank. And there'll probably be at least one other cooling loop or something that we're going to have to sort out. So, you know, we need the space to do whatever we got to do. But we've only got so much duplicate labor, so I'm just going to keep looking around while we were playing this on a 1, try and stay ahead of them, queue up stuff as they do things. Once we get to, like... God, how much does it cost to make a shipping thing? 200. How much about the loaders? 200. So we probably... No, I want to get to like maybe 2 tons of copper. Well, actually, oh shit, we're at 8 tons. Let's get to 10 tons of copper, then we'll go back to having them primarily work on steel. Refined carbon, we've got 20 kilos. So let's pop off a couple of more batches of refined carbon. Our coal situation, 84.2 tons. We're solid with our coal situations. We'll pop off a little more refined carbon. How about our lime? We've got a ton of lime, which is plenty for our needs at the moment. I might try to set up like a temporary petroleum dump. Actually, this little bit here, if we could sort that out... Let's put this at a 6. We're sucking the polluted water out of there and dumping it up here, which is what caused problems in this area. Okay, so all of that off-gassed properly. I think we can hook back up our little sorting... you know what? Before we do that, I should probably deal with this problem here. Okay. It's a good thing to leave this gas pump in here. I'm going to snip that. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to run a line from here up to here and there. That way we can grab it as necessary. We'll put a gas bridge right over this thing. And that way we can use this to off-gas that. I mean, I know it's going to stuff it down over here, but it is what it is. That's where we've got things set up. We don't need this. We don't need to get rid of the gas in here just yet. I might need to find a temporary place to stuff the polluted oxygen, though. That's a thing. You know what? You know what? Let's get these tanks cleaned up. And then let's put in our little gas sorting system over here. And then once we've got our gas sorting system over here, we'll even include polluted oxygen. But we won't put it into a tank. Like, we won't add another tank here. What we'll do is we'll send the polluted oxygen somewhere and start using that to make clay so we can start making ceramic. Not that we need ceramic for anything at the moment. The insulated pipes we're using are good enough. But we're going to want ceramic once we start trying to get into space and do some other things. So let's... I think what we're going to eventually do, because I want to be producing ceramic, is we're eventually going to use the toilet water. Instead of overflowing it into plants, we're going to use the toilet water to make ceramic. We'll basically have that like dump into a little tank below some deodorizers. And Flower and everybody else was showing me how you can kind of grab polluted oxygen a few tiles down. So we're going to create a system that's not going to contaminate anything, but still get us the oxygen and clay we need for our ceramic setup. I'd also eventually like to get a central storage system going. I'm looking at it right now. This might be a good spot for that. I mean, we don't need a lot of space for it, so we might actually make this our storage area. Speaking of, let's get the rest of this broken out. Yeah. Okay, so gases. Gas pipe. All right, so let's say we do this, but let's snip off that guy, and then let's keep an eye on our gas pump in here. I need it to just kind of suck up that polluted oxygen. Come on. There it is. Okay, so now... Alright, that is solid. That was a lot less painful than I thought it was going to be. Now we're going to pull the same thing over here with the CO2. And that is already sorted. Easy peasy. Right, so now we can snip this, and we can reconnect that. And now we've got our outputs for our chlorine, and for our natural gas, and for our CO2. This line here is more or less obsolete, but it's a pain in the ass to get to, so that's just going to be some vestigial thing that's stuck there for all of eternity. But we can make use of it for other things by snip, right? So that being said, let's not kick this system on yet. Let's create a more robust system for this, right? So what we're gonna want. All right, let's get rid of these bridges. If the debris goes inside these, I might have a conniption fit. Like, that'll just drive me absolutely nuts. But it should just come down on this side. In fact, I don't even think they can reach this one. So we'll put a... Oh, they can. Good. Please, on the side the dupe is on. Okay, good. Okay, wonderful. So what we're going to do is we're then going to snip this, that and that, snip that and that, right? Okay. Now, how do I want to do this? We're going to want to bring... Pretty much any and all gases here are going to want to go down, right? So let's say that natural gas comes down here. CO2 comes down there. And chlorine comes down there. Right? Those are our downward-facing pipes. Alright, I lied. I am going to delete this stuff here. Now we want to be able to get gases in here. All right, let's just take this slow. Let's just take this slow. I'm going to wind up having to rebuild some of these, but for the ease of me drawing this, I'm going to delete this bit here. Now, since everything wants to go down, we'll have to cross those one way or the other. Squiddy raiding in with a party of 4. Hello, Team Squid. Dive into the wacky world of Squiddy WTF, where Minecraft adventures in the Netherland SMP realm meet a dash of gunslinging chaos and calamity, whether they're grinding for gear, hosting open lobbies for some friendly fire fun, or taking on zombie hordes. Every stream is a chill AMA zone with a side of ADHD energy. Join the squad for laughs, loot, and maybe even some finger bone trophies. I don't know what that means. I'm assuming it's from a shooter. I don't know. How you doing, Squid? Welcome back in. Hopefully you figured out the statues book. If not, let me know later when we finish up stream. I'll hop on and help you out with that. Guys, like I said earlier, Squiddy and I were discussing an event on the Netherland SMP. For anybody who doesn't know, Squiddy is the whole reason we have a community SMP, so show him some love out there. One day Squiddy came and was like, hey, how do you feel about having a Netherland SMP? And I was like, well, I feel like I've wanted that my entire life of streaming, but have never been in a position to be able to make it happen. He's like, I got it. So that's why we have an SMP. So show him some love. Go give him a follow. Yeah, dude, I got statues figured. I didn't even... Okay, cool. Hopefully it was enjoyable. So we're going to be doing an event next Saturday, not this coming Saturday, but the following Saturday, where we're all going to get together and do a build, helping Squiddy decorate out the metro tunnel. I'm sure you were talking about it on your stream, Squid. We'll get an announcement up on the Netherland Discord shortly, probably this evening. Speaking of this evening, I'm going to be doing a bonus stream tonight. Now, normally I talk about it and never do it. I decided I'm going to do it. I'm going to take about a 2-hour break after Ani, get myself some dinner, get myself some drink, etc., etc. But Modern Horizons 3 came out today for Magic the Gathering, and I want to actually... I'm going to be playing it hard. I'm going to be playing with the new cards, so I thought it would be a good night to actually do a bonus stream and sort that out. Excellent. Thank you, Squiddy. You are the best. So, we're going to want these gases to come down, but we want to get gases into these vents. This was probably an absolutely wretched idea to build this like this. How do I want to do this? How do we do this so it's not terrible? Because I'd like to put the gas sorting valves in here. Maybe that's obscene. I could have built this way better. It's all right. It's all right. It's a casual playthrough. Casual playthrough. Let's let them deconstruct a few more items so we can get things out of our way. What I'm thinking. All right, we're probably just going to have to do multiple jumps. So let's bring our natural gas in there. Then we'll have bridges here, here, and here, right? Now that means we got to find a way to get CO2 into here. Now, where are we going to be bringing CO2 in from becomes the question. Oh, if we're sorting it, we can't sort it down here because this is where all of our steam turbines got to go. Favorite color combo? I think the event would be better if everyone just went in and built stuff on the walls all chaotically. Yeah, let's do it. Let's do it. I'm all for a little bit of chaos. I think we should just set the time, and whoever shows up during the time, like, you know, maybe, like, I'll stream it next Saturday. I'll do my normal noon to 6 stream. So next Saturday, noon to 6, I'll be on the Netherland SMP. A little bit something different since we're not doing Mist anymore. And anytime someone shows up, they can grab a piece of the wall and do it. Is that what we want to do, Squid? Does that sound like a good plan? Now, hang on. Maybe I got some ideas here. All right, let me do a little measuring here. So 10 tiles for the other 2 steam turbines, then probably another 2 for gas for liquid reservoirs. Maybe we do put the liquid sorting here, although then it'd be in a vacuum, so we would have to either use conduction panels or bring this into the base, which either one isn't bad. Do you want to duo stream on Saturday? And also, yeah, people, I just think, just pick sections of the wall and ceiling and just build something. Yeah, like kind of like graffiti style, right? Like when people graffiti up a subway, it's not like they're like, all right, you take this section, I'll take this section. They just go in and start making madness happen. You know, we could communicate, make sure nobody steps on each other's toes and everything, but I kind of like that idea. Let's just do, what we'll call the event the Metro of Chaos, unless you've already come up with a name. Chaos Building. Welcome to the Netherland SMP. Like the Metro of Chaos. Sounds great. Awesome, awesome. Okay. All right, let me try and get outside of my brain, right? Let me try and think, like, what is it I'm trying to do here? So that stuff's coming out. It's, yeah, everything in there is more or less going to have to come down. The chlorine might have to go any which number of ways, but if the other 2 are going down, we might as well give access to it going down. So I'm good with where the bridges are. That brings the CO2 in here. Now, if we weren't going to put the steam turbines here, that would kind of be an optimal setup. Huh. Guys, join the Discord and play. Yes, do it. Join the Discord. Come play the SMP. Come build chaos with us. There's a castle. There's farms. There's bases. There's mountains. There's all the things. We've got a lot of people that play. Did you see Sean's manor? I was gonna call it a mansion, but I guess a manor is a better word for it. It looks phenomenal. Really blown away with what everybody's doing. All right, let me actually like grab something here. Gas shut off. Let's say, now power-wise, where is your power? It's there. So we could put these... gas valves. Now, we either have to alternate like we did down there, so it would be like gas valve, gas valve, gas valve with the sensors in between them so it can go straight across, or we'd have to do something like that, and that might be able to make it smaller. Or flip it the other way. And then we do have to have the overflow spot for it. It's a terrible idea. Alright, maybe this is not the project to work on right now. We got those sorted out. Or maybe we do just move the gas sorters down to somewhere else. Oh, that's right. I was going to overflow anything that's not the 3 gases into space. That was the plan. Okay, so we've got to get that. This is going to stay our temporary gas sorting setup then, so I really shouldn't have disconnected those. Whoops. Okay, so we'll have them build that back in. Deconstruct that gas bridge. I'm really going to have to think about this. I think we focus on strip mining out the bottom area a little bit, because I'm not quite sure how I want to deal with this. Because, yeah, let's just cancel that even. Let's cancel this. Because this natural gas is actually going to be going up to our kitchen. So this might not even need to go down. I don't think we're going to need to use natural gas for power. It's just overkill. Like, I need to get out of that mindset. We're going to be using it for cooking. So realistically, this pipe could run along here up into our cooking section somehow. That's going to be a whole thing in and of itself, but shouldn't be too hard to sort out. So that doesn't have to come down. The CO2 is probably going to have to come down. I don't even know what we're going to... Like, the CO2, this is basically temporary storage. Same thing with the chlorine. These are kind of like where the gases get dumped if there's nothing else to do with them, right? All right, those are the correct gases, please. Yes. Okay, fantastic. This thing should be working again, so let's connect it back up. Make sure. And everything else is getting cycled back down. Okay. We had to put this system in place, not because it was essential for like what we need to do in the future, but because we were overpressuring this oil refinery here. And that meant we weren't getting petroleum, and if that stopped, we weren't going to get any power. So that's why we put this pump in place. That's why we put this initial gas sorting into place. Let me just make sure it's not broken right now, because we did a few adjustments, so I want to make sure things are flowing properly. There is petroleum in front of that vent, so that should be fine. It off-gassed everything that was in the pipe, so it seems to be working. The gases look like they're sorting properly. Wonderful. I mean, if they're not, we'll figure it out. We fixed it relatively quickly last time, so that is good. So let's focus on down here and getting done the things I want to get done down here, right? So now that they've done that, we need to dig up... Basically just need to dig up this entire area. So we'll put in these ladders. And you. Wrangle, emergency. Do it. Go. Don't let the slickster drown. Please don't let the slickster drown. Here comes Green Thumbs. Go. Greenie. Go. Don't let the slickster drown. I don't want them to drown. I love my slicksters. I mean, eventually we'll have like a whole thing where they're not going to live for very long, but, you know, for now, I love my wild animals. You got to keep the animals... Okay, and now I got to make this an emergency. Seriously. So Julie's going to go do it. All right, Julie. So Greenie... Oh my god. Please don't let it die. Okay, Julie got the slickster. Let's stop and chat under the oil while you're moving the slickster. Okay, slickster saved. Wild animals are free meat and free resources that you don't have to worry about, so that's why I'm so adamant about making sure that we keep these things alive. Okay, that's the break for the day. I'd like to start designing a kitchen. Speaking of kitchen, gas range is down here. That's what I should have had them working on, because I want that gas range up and running for the kitchen. Not that we need a gas range yet, but we will eventually need a gas range. For the most part, we're going to be living off of barbecue, but at one point or another, we'll be able to get access to other stuff. Our second planet is a radioactive ocean, and radioactive oceans have a lot of water. We already checked the planet description on the solar system map. There are 4 different forms of water geyser over there, some polluted, some not. So we're going to have plenty of water. So the meat-based stuff is going to happen here. This planet is going to be very, very heavy on ranching. The other planet's going to be heavy on water-based crops. So this is our ranching and an industry planet. The other planet's going to be our farming planet. And so over there, I mean, we might even send green thumbs over there for the long term, because over there we're going to need a good amount of farming and just a mild amount of ranching. So they could do a little bit of ranching over there. So we got to ranch the bees to make sure that our people get the uranium from the bees, the enriched uranium from the beehives over to the nuclear reactor we're going to build over there eventually, because that's the plan over there. We're going to start also deleting out anything that we don't need. Because we don't want pathing that doesn't need to be there. And then we'll build pathing as we need it. Like, these extra ladders, we're going to start, extra ladders we're going to start deleting. We'll eventually get the whole base swept up again. Like I said, I don't have a particular plan for central storage. This looks like a good nook for it. I don't know. We might end up actually recapturing some of this into the base as well. It really just kind of depends. I know Barb hates that answer. It all kind of depends on how we move forward with the Slickster ranches, because that's going to be a whole thing. I don't know about you guys, but I love me a clean base, so I spend a lot of time trying to make sure that I clean up after myself as I go through. Those ladders are no longer necessary. These ladders are no longer necessary. We've got a door here to control movement. This, like, vacuum, 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 so no chance of heat getting through once we reconfigure this, which is good. I want plastic, which means I want Drecos. We'll let them actually get the research done all the way up to here with the rad bolts. We'll queue that up, actually. How many batches of rad bolts are we going to need? I think it's like a 10-to-1 ratio, so 200, I think, is what we need. We get 5 out. Maybe not. I don't know. Let's do 10 batches of this. Let's enable this building at a very high priority. Have any rad bolts stored in it? It's got 10 rad bolts stored in it. That's fantastic. So we'll actually get the who's a what's it's sorted. We are going to do that thing where we brick in next to our neutronium at different levels. So we're actually going to wind up bricking that in. Alright, that is what it is. We'll let it be. Oh. It's too quick to delete that. Okay, let's move that there. This has got almost enough to overflow. Once it does, we'll put that tile back in, and then we can start vacuuming this out. Unreachable. Right. My fault. My fault entirely. Let's put a bit there. It's already set up. Oh. Oh, that won't work. That won't work. Okay. Cancel this. Let's build there. Let's cancel that. This can get moved to here and here. That can get deleted. We'll leave that there for now. We'll just we'll move that. We'll place it there. Then we'll drop it down. That doesn't matter. None of it matters. It's fine. Everything is fine. Everything is fine. No stress over here. Okay. So let's continue our maddening nonsense over here. Actually, do I even need to do that? I really probably don't. You know what? Let's cancel that. Let's deconstruct that, and let's just move this petroleum over there. And that'll get that sorted. Do we want to break into space up here? I am very tempted to break into space. Alright. I'm going to hold off on that for a hot second, but basically we can just rip all of this off. We've got ice asteroids, so we could just kind of put like a little tray, and the ice comes in. We could actually break that down and use that other places. We could just like dump the ice into our liquid tanker or something like that. Crushed ice, snow, crushed ice, snow. Yeah, because if we look at the temperature, the ice meteors coming down are basically just freezing the top of our map, which was causing problems with our original Dreco ranch over here. So yeah, I think today and Thursday are going to be a lot about strip mining the map now that we've got some systems in place, because we need pretty much the entire top of the map strip mined out. We need the entire top and the entire bottom of the map strip mined out in order to make room for the stuff that we need to get done. That's more or less the long and the short of it. So with a steam room, right? Traditionally, the way you do an industrial sauna is you layer it so the steam is on top and then the CO2 is on the bottom and drops down to the slickster ranches, yeah? So ideally, that's what we would do. The problem is that you wind up with polluted water from your petroleum generators, and I've never been able to actually keep the steam room hot enough to instantly boil that. Now, we could set up some automation. The problem is that if we're using the steam turbines to pull the excess water out as it's boiled, if we would want to run the room hot. But if we run the room hot and say, hey, steam turbines don't kick on unless XYZ, that creates a problem in and of itself. Although what we could do is put in steam turbine number 6 and basically tell the 5 steam turbines that are running, hey, don't kick on until about 180 degrees or 190, you know, because I think steel overheats at like 275 degrees or something like that, right? We can double check the aqua tuner for that information, right? Overheat, it's 325 degrees. So since steel doesn't overheat till 325, steam turbines lose efficiency at 200. 125 to 200 is their 200 is where they're like running flat out. So we could tell the main group of steam turbines to kick on at 180, and then the other one could be based on pressure, and that one could kick on anytime the pressure is over, and that could dump the excess water in here. That might be the best way to deal with it. And that might be able to mean that our room stays hot enough to flash all of the polluted water to the right temperature. If not, I may just come up with another solution where we embed an aqua tuner inside of the steel tile, inside of metal tiles that the petroleum gens are sitting on top of, and then have that thing keep temperature up based on its temperature and the temperature of the tiles. So that those tiles are always at a high enough temperature to flash the polluted water. We've got a couple of fun problems to solve with that whole situation. So that'll be what it is. I'm a new player, about 60 hours in. How do you keep the base in normal range? So early game, one of the easiest ways to do it, 47. Let me know how, Lulu 4772. One of the easiest ways to do it on a normal map that has all the biomes is use your cold. So like if we take a look, I don't have an ice biome on this map because it's a harder map, but on a Terrania map, you're going to have cold. And Lulu is fine? Okay, cool. What you can do is research into temperature shift plates and then make temperature shift plates out of ice and put those where it's hot. You do that until you get steam turbines and aqua tuners and steel. And then what you do, I know this is a convoluted pipe system. There's a lot of stuff going on. But basically, aqua tuners take in warm water, make the water cold, and dissipate the heat to the space around them. So as the water flows into this aqua tuner through this thermosensor, if the water is above 27 degrees that's in the pipes, it'll turn the aqua tuner on, lower the temperature of the water in the pipes to, I think it cuts out, is it 11 or 14 degrees? 14 degrees. So if it goes in above the temperature I set here, which is 27, it'll yank 14 out, so it'll come out at 13 degrees on the other side. That heat doesn't get destroyed though, it gets dumped into this steam room. The heat gets destroyed because the steam turbines take in the hot steam, generate power, which dumps to this line here, which is attached to all of our grids and batteries and stuff. And they do output a little bit of heat, so they output 10% of the heat. So these will delete 90% of the heat and move the other 10% of that heat to this room. So we've also got the cooling loop going past the steam turbines. If you I feel bad because this cooling loop is insane. This cooling loop for us, I'll try and trace it for you, but it's the blue blobs, the water, and basically it comes out of the aqua tuner, follows this line here, goes over here, and goes into our base. Then this loop loops around our base with radiant pipes and regular pipes and comes back out here. So if you see the blobs are 25.7 going in here and coming out, well, I guess we're in a cycle where they're coming out colder. I don't know. Basically, it goes in here, the radiant pipes transfer temperature with what's inside of them. And so if you look at the temperature overlay, you see all those places where the pipes are running, how the center of my base is basically chill. And you only really need to run it where you need to keep your crops going. Your dupes won't get scalded until 70 degrees C. And I think they don't get uncomfortable until about 40 or 50, and even then, that's not a huge mood hit unless you're on, ultra hard mode, which I've done. I've done a lot of challenges. We're playing a more casual playthrough. Crops are dying. So, yeah, the basic gist of it. So, I'll do a quick little thing. Let's say you don't have the steam turbine aqua tuner, right? Let's say that, okay, let's say over here is your cold biome, and over here is where your overheat problem is. So you're going to put radiant pipes over here and radiant pipes over here. And then obviously if you don't want to transfer temperature in the places they're moving through, you use insulated pipes to connect the loop up. And then you want this to be full of water and rotating. Now, the easiest way to... You have to give this direction. If you just fill this with water, nothing's going to happen. So to do that, you just put one of these as a bridge. Now this water... You can fill this full of water and then disconnect any pumps, and this will just rotate around. And what it'll do is... Let's say this is hot and this is cold. When the water comes through here, it'll exchange its cold with the ambient heat around it, and it'll come out this side hotter. It'll go over here, and then the hot water inside the pipe will get colder as it goes through these radiant pipes and then loop back around. So that's the basic principle of a cooling loop. Now, if you do this, and there's just like obscenely cold temperatures here and obscenely hot temperatures here, you have no real control, because there's nothing to tell it whether or not to flow, right? So that's when you can get a little bit more complicated. You go into your plumbing and you go to, let's say, where is the liquid shutoff? Let's say you put in a liquid shutoff, and you put that there, and then you say, hey, I only want the liquid to come through from the cold side when this place is above a certain temperature. That way it doesn't get too cold. So then you can go in and be like, let's give a thermosensor over here and connect that. And then you say, hey, thermosensor, send a green signal up here when this room is above 25. And so it'll never get colder than 25 because the cold water can't come through. These are like... There's different tiers of how complicated. The problem with this is that the pipe's just going to stop moving the liquid. And you have to take into account that if liquid boils or freezes in pipes, it's going to break the pipes. So if the liquid is staying in the pipe here, and this is like below freezing, eventually that liquid will freeze in the pipes and break your pipes. If it's super hot over here, above boiling, then if you stop the liquid from flowing, it'll boil inside the pipes. So you do have to like step up your game with your base until you get to a point where you can regulate it. The other thing that makes it a lot easier to regulate temperature is if you put a buffer on a loop. So after all this water flows through the base and picks up heat, I mean, it flows through the base, then it actually flows through this whole system up here, past the steam turbines. And before it goes back into the aqua tuner to cool it down again, it goes into this liquid reservoir. Because anytime liquid goes into a liquid reservoir, it instantly distributes heat amongst the mass of water that's in there. So, because there can't be multiple temperatures of water in there. So if we look at the liquid reservoir, it's 2.8 tons at 25.4 C. So it smears the temperature out, and if you put that right before it goes into the aqua tuner, like this is a little bit, a little bit of a line, but it's insulated, you're going to get an even temperature going in there, because there are those odd situations where like one blob will be 35 degrees and another blob will be 10 degrees. And if that 35 degree one hits the sensor while there's a 10 degree one inside of the aqua tuner freezes it. So it's good to like even it out. I'm sure that was an ungodly long explanation, but if you want even more details on that, there have been many people that have done tutorials on it. I keep telling myself I'm going to start doing oxygen not included tutorials, but I already do so many different things that it's, it's just another thing added to the list of stuff that I want to do. Very helpful. I'm glad. Sometimes I talk and I get overcomplicated because I like to build complicated, interlocking, intricate systems, and that's not for everyone. Some people love it, some people hate it. Okay, that thing doesn't have power because I disconnected the automation wire. There we go. Hi, Laz! I just got to the biome where there is crude oil. I'm just learning how to get everything together. Thank you for following, Lulu. Appreciate it. Yeah, we're, when you get a little further along, let me know, and I'll teach you how to do petroleum boilers. Basically, rather than sending our crude into an oil refinery, our goal is to have this volcano actually boil it down. We're all prepped up and ready to go. We're just waiting for Jonathan here to come back online. Emily started the trend of being able to name geysers and volcanoes. So since we can't name pets, if you guys redeem the name a pet redemption, you can pick a geyser to name. We've got another volcano, chlorine vent. We've got oil reservoirs. So what we're doing is we're kind of developing a system where eventually this thing is going to be putting out a full pipe of petroleum constantly, which is going to go into 5 petroleum generators, and that's going to produce 10 kilowatts of power for our base to run. But it'll also produce enough water that when we purify it, we can pump that water back into the oil wells to continue pushing crude. It's a water positive process. So we're nonstop going to be creating crude out of water, and we're going to be nonstop creating power and carbon dioxide. The carbon dioxide are going to feed the slickster ranches. We got our wild slicksters chilling over here till we need them. The whole bottom of the map is going to be slicksters. If you do this setup, and I got this one from Francis John, because he's my favorite creator. Hydrate. Eric, thank you so much. But from what I understand, there are more efficient versions out there nowadays. Francis's is a little outdated. But with that system, you're able to feed about 75 slicksters. So if you set up your ranch appropriate, you can feed about 50 duplicants on barbecue. 45 to 50 dupes on barbecue from the slicksters. And there's a whole bunch of like little math. I've talked about it a couple of times today. Technically, since these have downtime while they're servicing them to get the natural gas out, 3 of them will output about 9.5 kilos a second of crude. So running the slickster ranches, they make up for the other half a kilo of crude, and then some. If you've got all of them spun up properly, that gets you your full system. So we're doing things a little different than I usually do. We're not going to do a big oil tank. We've created this infinite storage over here. We've got not quite 931 kilos of tile, which is just over what the normal tile space is. But we've got 2 pipes coming in and 2 pumps to pump out. One pump is going to go into this indefinitely. The other pump is for the extra stuff that's going to go somewhere. We don't know. Same thing with petroleum. We're going to have a full pump going into our generators, but we'll probably have some extra that we might pump somewhere else for other purposes. We have 4 so far on the oil. Oh, there's number 5. So we'll have 2 extras. We'll be able to set this volcano up as a second petroleum boiler to take care of the other 6.66 kilos a second of crude we'll get. God, fingers crossed we have another one somewhere over here in the dark. That would be wonderful, because then we could get ourselves 2 full-fledged petroleum boilers going, which would be absolutely fucking bonkers. There's just so much to learn with this. Yeah, I've got like, what am I at? Like 1,500 hours, something like that? Oh, wait. That was dumb. Cancel that. Strike that. Reverse it. I can, however, queue that stuff up here. So what I'm doing is, since I'm doing this infinite liquid storage, which is technically an exploit, the devs know about it. It's been there for a long time. They haven't patched it, so as Aya would say, it's kind of emergent game mechanics at this point. Don't Starve is one of my favorite games ever, so I wanted to support develop. Yeah, and they're coming out with a new DLC for this, supposedly this year. So looking forward to that as well. Once you get into space, it gets even crazier. Like, if you've got the spaced out DLC, that shit gets fucking out of control. We're going to be getting there. I'm just taking it slow and steady. I do a lot of challenge type stuff. I play this in RimWorld during the week, and then Saturday is usually my chill day. But I've played so many challenges on RimWorld and Ani that I decided to do a more casual playthrough. And some people here would tell you even Nether's casual playthroughs are insane. So I like to make integrated systems, which is dangerous. If you keep systems separate, they're easier to control. I like to integrate all of mine so everything is working together. I also like to build really tight, which if you've ever played Minecraft, you cheap viewers on my ass. Boop. Which if you ever played Minecraft, it's similar to Redstone in that... Banhammer, yep. I used to, you know, have a conversation about that stuff when it used to happen, but we have it happen so often now. It's just like, nope, we're not dealing with that. When I first started playing Minecraft, I was like, oh, I'm going to get into redstone and building. I think I'm a better builder than a redstoner for sure. I know I'm a better builder than redstoner. I mean, we built a whole castle and spiral helix tree on the server, and like, I didn't even think about it. A buddy of mine was like, did you blueprint that or like get that from a tutorial? I was like, nope, I just started building and that's what happened. He's like, holy fuck. That stuff's up on my YouTube. I'll do the good streamer thing and put up the links to my YouTube and our Discord. We have a community SMP. That's where the castle is and the helix tree that I was just talking about. But there's also a 2-year-long project that I did where I built another hub in my single-player world. So that's a whole thing. You're waiting delivery. I don't think I actually need you to be there. So what I was getting at, and I ADHD and bipolar, medicated, but which keeps me reasonably grounded. But I do go off the rails when I'm explaining stuff. What we're doing down here, and this has kind of been my focus today, that and finishing up some vacuuming and adjusting projects up here while we integrate pieces into the base and plan for expansion. But all of the oil is going to drop down to the bottom of the map and gradually work its way over to this low point on the left here. So we're going to put a layer of mesh tiles at the highest. You can't destroy neutronium. So right up here on this layer, unless there's neutronium over here that comes up higher, we're going to put a row of mesh tiles across the whole bottom of the map over to here. And then the slicksters and these oil wells are just going to dump oil down and have it move over here. And these pumps are going to send it up into infinite storage over here. I mean, that's the plan anyway. It's working so far. The hiccup with that, now one of the reasons I have this second liquid vent for petroleum in here is eventually our slicksters are probably going to mutate to molten slicksters, which output petroleum and not crude, which means the petroleum would start to build up down here unless we sent it somewhere. So these pumps are going to pump through a little sorting system to make sure that the petroleum and the crude don't get mixed. It won't fuck up this petroleum boiler if petroleum winds up going through the pipes, but it will be a waste of energy. We're trying to be reasonably well efficient here. God, that's a lot of explaining, but I hope that all helps in some way, shape, or form. But that's why I'm bricking in this bottom section here. We're just kind of bricking this in until it gets up to this level. Today I'm very in the let's strip mine everything mode because I'm trying to kind of take this a little chiller than my normal days. But you know, even my chill days are ridiculous. Can we flip-flop this backwards like Hang on. Let me deconstruct that. We'll deconstruct this. Let's get you a little of that action. I'd like to be able to enter this one from the left side. You can't rotate the oil well buildings, I don't think. No, you can't. That'd be cool if you could. And I know they work in this configuration, but I think we can flip this backwards. It's just, you know, the hit boxes are the same. Like, the hit boxes are symmetrical. It's just the look of it is not. So that would have to go there. So that there. Can we fit an Atmos sensor here? We can. Okay, so we can absolutely go from that side. So Atmos sensor there. That goes there, that goes there. And we need a... Well, we don't need a mesh tile, but we're going to put a mesh tile just for the sake of it. Right there and there. Then we're going to boop, boop, boop like that. We will... cancel that for a hot second. break that out. This is all very helpful. I went and subscribed on YouTube so I can look at the past videos to try and learn more. Awesome, awesome. Yeah, I upload all my VODs. I don't edit my streams because I physically can't with my editing software. So they are just uncut VODs. I do have some older material from Minecraft that's like produced/edited content. And like I said, I'd like to start doing more tutorials because the tutorials tend to do well on the YouTube channel. It's just I stream noon to 6 Monday through Saturday, and then on Sundays I wind up scheduling and uploading all the VODs and taking just a touch of time for myself. I do a lot. Like, I do a lot. So, and I always want to do more. Content creation is what I've wanted to do for a very long time now, and I've been putting in all of the time. Finally, a few days ago, maybe a week ago now, my YouTube channel hit the numbers to actually start the monetization. There's another tier that I want to try and work towards getting to, so if anybody watches the videos, you're really helping me get to that next tier of, no, don't you do that. Don't you do that. Oh, wait. You're not picking up the petroleum, are you? Okay. Okay. You were picking up rock that was behind the petroleum. I can get on board with that. Good job, dupes. Good job, dupes. Yeah, so today is a very, very low-key day. We're not going too crazy with projects. We got a lot of stuff that we got working last time that we just kind of cleaned up. In 9 cycles, our steam vent comes back on. I actually, thank you, very much appreciated. It's all thanks to all you guys helping me out. Like, without the community, I wouldn't be anything. This community is just absolutely amazing. A lot of people are like, no, they're your community. I'm like, no, not my community, our community, because I couldn't do any of this without everybody who's joined and supported. I've been through a lot of chronic health issues the last 5-ish years. Have had 6 surgeries, multiple trips to the emergency room. Doc stitched me up nice and good in December, though. I found the guy, the specialist, the one that's like, you're fucked up? That's my specialty, is dealing with fucked up. So I should be pretty well sorted, so long as I can get my my eating a little healthier, which I'm gradually working on. Speaking of which, I'm going to take a little more sip of water here. Yeah, and so, like, this game it's like a puzzle that has an infinite number of solutions. So everybody does things a little bit different. Everybody has their favorite creators and builds and everything. I found Francis John watching RimWorld videos because RimWorld's the other colony builder I'm obsessed with. It's complicated as well, but in its own way. There's combat, so you've got to learn how to do combat. You can play on peaceful, and I actually posted my first peaceful run time-lapse the other day. So there is that. If anybody is curious what it looks like to play RimWorld on peaceful, that is officially on board. That is officially, it exists. I don't know the words I'm trying to do. And I'm working on another start for a peaceful colony. I put up the seed I'm going to be using because I started and died. Because even on peaceful, if you get diseases, you can still die. And we're doing a challenge playthrough on that, which we started yesterday because we finished our old challenge playthrough on Friday. Jesus, that's a lot. You saw the short? Thank you for watching, I really appreciate it. So in RimWorld, there's a like straight up peaceful mode that's built into the game. So of course I didn't do that. I wanted a more PvE. I still wanted it to be challenging, but I didn't want to have to deal with raids and mechs and, like, you know, armies of tribals coming at you. So what I did is I went in and I set the settings to the difficult. Like, losing is fun is the hardest vanilla difficulty, and then my challenges are always changing the settings to losing is fun, and the threat scaling, taking it from the default 220 up to the maximum 500. So for my peaceful run, I did the custom setup to the losing is fun settings, but then turned all the threats off. All the threats scaling down to 0, major threats down to 0, but the extreme weather and the diseases and the crop growing debuff, all of that stuff was present. That way it presented an interesting challenge. I'm of the mind anybody should play the games, whatever games you're playing, you should play them the way that makes you happy and brings you enjoyment. I know that's cliche and cheesy and said by so many people, but I think the reason that is because it's true. Okay, I gotta keep an eye on what I'm doing. Gotta keep half an eye on what I'm doing. So, although I like challenges, I also like just kind of doing stuff. A lot of people with colony builders absolutely love doing the starts. It's all about the starting scenario because that's where the challenge comes in. When you start a new Ani world, it's like, shit, how do we get to oxygen? How do we get to food? You know, it's that like rush to see about sustainability. But a lot of people get lost once you hit sustainability. They're like, okay, so my dupes are fed. Nobody's catching fire. You know, everything is temperature regulated. The dupes are fed. We're good. What do we do now? And people get lost. I love late game because that's when you get into obscene projects. Petroleum boilers, sour gas boilers, all that stuff. I agree with that, though. I see so many people try to do something more difficult for the views, and you can tell they aren't having fun. Yes, and that's exactly why I stopped playing Myst 4. I've been forcing myself through that game. This past Saturday, though, it really fucking broke me, and I was like, you know what? I'm good. This is causing me a lot of stress. I don't need to stress about video games. You're digging. The animation is broken, right? You're not stuck there? Okay, you're not stuck. You're just visually glitched. I can understand that. Killer. If anybody wants to name any dupes, do we have a dupe still? Turner. I can't remember. Did somebody name Turner and I forgot to change their name? If not, Turner's available. Everybody else has already been named by the community, but there's a point redemption to rename colonists if anybody wants to do so. Since I don't remember who named Turner, unless somebody comes forward and tells me they did, we're going to go with that they need a name. And if someone does come forward and say, hey, I named Turner, I'll be like, I got you on the next one. Try to stay organized on that stuff, but I think I'm better at gaming and running my mouth than I am at actually handling all of that stream stuff. I'm getting better, though. I'm getting there. Slowly but surely getting there. I agree. Speaking of someone who makes games, they are for fun. There are different types of fun, sure, but if you aren't enjoying it or it's too much hassle, just don't. Yeah. Like, I enjoy doing challenge runs. I enjoy doing runs in a game that challenge me and push me to do something difficult, but I also enjoy just hanging out and enjoying it. I don't know if you read the description, Aya, of that peaceful run, the short that I put up. It's both in the Discord and in the description of the short. But there's a whole story there. The reason that run was so much fun was because of the story. A mother and father who retired from the military decided to take their 3 daughters and move away from civilization to provide a better life for their kids and, you know, to get to, you know, whatever. Loyal to them and their own. Then it talks about how all the different people joined and the shady stuff we had to do to get by and survive and take care of our people. Talks about how the girls grew up, eventually one of them found a husband who was from another tribe, and we had to persuade him to stay because he was going to leave, and our father didn't want his daughter pining away for a lost love that lived on a different map, so we, shotgun wedding to that shit. But yeah, there's an entire... Oh, that's why they're not pumping it. This thing is not low enough to the oil. So there's a whole story there, and that's why that was fun for me, because it was like, hey, it's not just about beating it on an ultra hard scenario, which is what we're currently working on the Sea Ice playthrough, right? I'm gonna go right there with that. So the point I'm getting at is, even if you enjoy doing games for a challenge, You might also enjoy doing it just for the story. You know, just because you play on hard mode in some situations doesn't mean you can't enjoy easy mode in other situations, you know? Also, Lulu, I am playing with a handful of mods this time around. I'm generally a person who doesn't play with mods in most games, but since we're casual this time through, I decided to give it a shot. So we've got a few basic things on here, like true tiles. This changes the look of the tiles. The first day I was doing this playthrough, everybody was like, "Hey, if you're gonna do mods, you should try out true tiles." It helps because you can see what material everything is made out of. Like this is obsidian, this is igneous, this is sandstone. Whoever wants to name a dupe. Oh, thank you, Aya. Yeah, whoever wants to name Turner. Lulu, if you'd like, you're new to the community. Haven't had a dupe yet. If you'd like to name one. Yeah, so it's a mod. It's a visual mod. It doesn't change mechanics, but it changes a few things. It changes the look of stuff. Makes it easier to see at a glance. Like I wanted to make sure that all of these were obsidian, because if we were to make these out of igneous rock, eventually the magma would melt the igneous rock, but obsidian won't melt because it's got a higher melting point than the level of magma. And I was like, normally everything looks the same. You've got to like mouse over every one to make sure you didn't fuck it up. But with true tiles, it's easier to see. And then as other things I've got a blueprint mod installed. I made this blueprint in a debug world. No, not a new blueprint. And so we can make blueprints of stuff, and a planning mod so we can kind of draw as we go and make stuff look the way we want it. Kind of plan while the dupes are messing around. These orange bubbles over here were a reminder to me to put down a little drop of petroleum. And now we did that, so we don't need them there anymore. So that's why that's the way it is. This thing can brick in there. Oh, nice. We are making good progress down here. Now, these aren't outputting oil yet, so in order to keep this... Let's just put a temporary little wall there. Also, have you gotten to Atmos suits yet? Because Atmos suits are very important. So that is sorted. Put that there. Move that there. Okay, cool. Suits are very important. Now, the way I do suits, which I learned from Sudsy, is I have the bedrooms with door priorities, so only the dupes that go in these beds can get into this section. I have them get right into the suits out of the bedrooms. I had to run to grab my ferret who was getting into things. Oh, yeah, I have a kitty that likes to do the same. Killer. Lulu. Aya redeemed to name the colonist thing, and since you're the newest member of our little mad community over here, if you wanna name the last dupe that needs to be named, I'm gonna give priority to you since you just came in and you're asking a lot of questions and stuff. And thank you for the follow and looking at YouTube and everything. If you don't take it, Killer, then you can name it if that's all right with everybody. I wanna give the new people a crack at getting some names in here and stuff. Another, I will take Aya's gift, dupe name, best construction, Killer. All right, let's see if Lulu wants it first. Is that okay? Because you've got a dupe in here already. That. All right, I'm confused. That's so much responsibility. Okay. Lulu, would you like to be in the run? We could put Lulu as Turner, or name it whatever you'd like to name it. If not, if it is too much pressure, no. Let me, so Turner is our unnamed dupe. Turner is a level 23 at machinery, level 22 in athletics, 8 in strength, bad at creativity, so they're not going to ever be doing art, and they've got a little bit of science. Basically, they're really good at machinery because we had them run on the manual power generators, the hamster wheels, until their athletics got good enough. Wait. Yeah, okay, that's right, that's right. So basically, Turner is hauling everything, and we'll give him his mechatronics. So Turner is hauling, storing, moving stuff around, and will eventually be doing a lot of operating on the side once the map is fully cleaned up, which might take a long time, but they're more or less our run around and bring stuff places. So if that doesn't appeal to anybody, happy to keep him Turner until somebody wants him. Okay, so that wall is there, so let's start strip mining out the rest of this area. I can't see the other names because I have to have the quality low because of my internet. Do we have a theme? No, I think everybody is named after the people, like Barb named Barb. I think somebody else named Julie for Julie. Killer named this one Killer. Someone named this guy Vermin Supreme. Squiddy named this one Algae Chewer. So we don't really have a theme, and Aya named our rancher farmer Green Thumbs the Second because Green Thumbs was in our RimWorld. So there's not really a theme. Some people like to name the dupes after themselves so they get to see themselves in the run. Other people like to name them clever things based on what they do. So have at you, whatever you will. Yeah, Aya names based on skills. Killer usually names based on... I don't know. Killer names stuff a lot of different ways. Killer actually names dupes after me a lot, because I never actually name my own dupes. The only reason I was even in my own RimWorld run is because Killer was like, can I name a dupe after you? I was like, yes. Yes, you can. Strip mining an oil biome. Is there anything as awesome as that? Hydrate, thank you. Hauling, supplying, carrying. They sweep, they mop, they store things in storage, they bring things to construction sites for the builders. They move water to where it needs to be. Do we have uranium? 100 kilos of uranium. Okay, I think we'll have enough to get to the gas grill. Not that it's important to get to the gas grill, but I'd like to get there. Woo-woo! Alright, we'll let them build that. One, two, three, four, five. I'm really hoping for a number 6, but I've never seen... I don't think I've ever seen 6 on a map. I've seen 5 on a map. I don't know if I've ever seen 6. God, the time is flying. Time is absolutely flying. Treco, my Drek, the Dreco. That's a classic Francis John petroleum boiler if I've ever seen one. Absolutely, Deku. Welcome on in. I'm a big Francis fanboy. I've had a few people tell me now that there are some updated petroleum boilers, so I'll have to look into that for some of my subsequent playthroughs, but I already built it, so it's there. We've got enough oil that we might end up building a second one, because so far we see 5 oil reservoirs. So, GC Fungus, yeah, I'll check out GC too. I've seen a few of GC's stuff. I've also seen 2 Legit Cities stuff. Was it Brothgar as well? The reason I got into Francis is because I was heavy into RimWorld, still am, doing a fun sea ice playthrough. Just started yesterday because we finished up the Anomaly DLC challenge last week. So I was looking around for people to learn about RimWorld, came across Francis's stuff, then watched every single video he had put out on RimWorld and was like, you know what? I need something else to listen to. What else can I listen to? What else can I listen to? And I was like, fuck it. Or, watch, listen to. Like, while I'm doing stuff, I want something on the side. And I was like, I don't think I'm ever going to play this Oxygen Not Included game, but I like the way Francis talks. So let me just put his videos on for the sake of something to listen to. And sure enough, I watched enough content that I was like, actually, I might give this madness a little bit of a try. And here I am with 1,500 hours into this game, with no visible stop in sight. Okay, so that's in place, and we have power run down there, so we can start vacuuming that out. Yeah, for me, Echo Ridge Gaming was the slippery slope. I was like, I'm probably never going to play this. Now here I am, second colony ever is on 2.5 thousand. Nice. Yeah, we did a really long-running colony. I can't even remember. It was definitely several thousand cycles. We strip-mined an entire classic-style asteroid, used every geyser, volcano, everything on it, had like 50 or 60 dupes on that planet. Second planet had a nuclear reactor, was harvesting all of the meteorites that were landing on it. Started working on the third planet, and that's about where it became time to call it. Thousands of cycles in. And then since then, I've done a few challenge runs. I did a max difficulty Frozen Forest, no teleporters playthrough, where the goal was to get to Home Sweet Home in under a month of just only playing on streams. And we were streaming, I think, 3 days a week. So 12 play sessions of about 6 hours, give or take. Sometimes I go late or start early or whatever. We had to get Home Sweet Home. And we did it just by the skin of our teeth. We had to send, I think it was a steam rocket to another planet, strip mine out as much fossil as we could possibly do. My frame rate really hates me. Every time I load up my sandbox world, it's so buttery smooth. Like, man, yeah. One thing to do with that, vacuum out gases. One of the thing about frame rates is like this here. This is causing problems with my frames. But you notice how, like, over here we've got gases nicely sorted. We've got vacuum in here. This is now vacuumed out, so there's only natural gas. So thanks for giving me the name, a colonist. Well, I think I'm going to just go with Lou for the name. I was trying to think of something creative in supplier, but I'm coming up with nothing. Sounds good. Let's find a Turner. Turner, you're officially going to be Lou. Where are you on the map? Right here? Hello, Lou. There you go. And like I said, I don't think anybody had redeemed a name before that, but if they did and I owe somebody a name, let me know. But yeah, keeping frame rate good is a little difficult once you get large on your colonies. It's one of the reasons I like playing on the smaller asteroids, or planetoids now. Planetoids, not asteroids, nether. How are we coming along over here? Also, do we have debris in there? No, sir. I know the RimWorld one is going to be a while before there is a new pond. Yeah, that's going to be a bit. That's definitely going to be a bit. We'll put that there for now. Just a temporary sweepy bit. I like Classic, but I might have to play on spaced out size simply for my frame rate concerns. Yeah. When I started, I really preferred the Classic size. And it came down to, like, I had watched so much of Francis play on the non-DLC that when I saw how small the spaced out asteroids are, I was like, man, I don't know if I want to play on that. Like, that seems very small. Now, I kind of enjoy it. We were actually trying to do a mini-base challenge, but then I took a lot of time off for a hospital visit. And basically it got down to, when I came back, I was like, I don't feel like this is fun. We were talking about you should do what's fun, you know, what makes you happy earlier, and I'm sticking with that. We're going to do that with mesh tiles. So that's number 5. Basically today we're prepping for future projects. I know I said, like, I designed a Draco Ranch. That's in the blueprint mod. It's this thing. But I basically think that's going to go up here, like right there, which means we got to start strip mining space and putting in backing panels, maybe here. So we're probably not actually going to put in the Draco Ranches today. We've got a temporary one over here. I might actually have to set up some plastic from petroleum here in a second. It doesn't need to be. It's actually 2 Draco Ranches, 2 glossy Draco Ranches, and a Pip Ranch with an overflow and a kill chamber, so that the pips can make dirt to supply the glossy Draco mealwood, and so that we can mass produce reed fiber and plastic for projects in outer space. No kill like over... Yeah, I overkill everything, Deku. Like, overkill the shit out of things. So if you see something you're like, Nether, why is that so huge? It's because I'm absurd. That's why. Thank you for lurking, Killer. You have a good lurk. We'll be here doing nonsense while you're out there. But yeah, I could theoretically pop over. There's no place large enough for me to do it here. If you guys really want to see the design, I could pop over to my debug world and show it to you. But more or less, it's ridiculous for the sake of long term. Just 1 breeder ranch of normal Drecos and a starvation hydration box for the glossies gives me more plastic than I could ever use. Fair enough. Fair enough. There's also no need for me to consider going into a second petroleum boiler or a sour gas boiler. I just like big projects. Designing Draco Ranches is one of the first things I got really into when I started playing the game. I love playing with volcanoes, and I love designing Draco Ranches. So you could easily just strip out the vast majority of what I have there and just put in a single Draco Ranch, and it would work great. Spacing-wise, it's really nice and tight. Like, nice box, no weird shapes popping off the side. I'm very proud of it, quite honestly. So, you know what? We've got over 10 tons of copper. So let's turn off copper production. That should be enough to get us through what we need. And I don't want all of the ore turned into copper because, I mean, we've got 107 tons, but we're going to need a lot of it. So let's let them do that. Let's also start digging up this bit now that that's sorted. And what we can do, let's bring a ladder system down right there. And then let's move this temporary wall already over there. What time is it for me? It's about 4 p.m. right now. I stream noon to 6, so I started 4 hours ago. We're going to go to 6. I usually don't do second streams in the evening, but I've been talking about it, and today I'm going to be playing some Magic the Gathering Arena, after I get some dinner. I'm probably going to start, I'm going to say about 2 hours after. I'm probably going to, well, get an hour. I'm going to take an hour break once we get to 6 p.m. I'll be back on at about 7 after I get myself some dinner, and I'm going to be playing for like 2 to 3 hours doing Modern Horizons. It just released, so we're gonna open some packs, check out some cards, build a deck, play around a little bit, and that's kind of a loose one. So I'll be back on after this stream as well. But we got another couple of hours of duping, so it's 7 p.m. for me, and I know you said you stream until 6, so I was just wondering. Yeah. I'm West Coast time. I live out in California. I do like to have like a little overhang with these, just in case. I don't like liquid fall. Well, I guess, no, it doesn't really matter. No, let's just do... No, fuck it. Fuck it. Other side in Pennsylvania. That's awesome. I grew up in New York. I lived in upstate New York my entire life. Moved down to the city for a little while when I was working in the stock market. And I moved out to California long enough ago that it'll date me too much. So I've been out here most of my life. I'm more or less a native at this point. Alright, looks like that project sorted itself out, so we can deconstruct this, we can deconstruct that. We can put in... No, actually, let's leave that like that. I lived about an hour, 30 minutes south from Buffalo most of my life. Oh, that's awesome. Yeah, I grew up in a small town called Crumville, spelled with a K. And I lived, like I said, I lived down in Yonkers for a little while, just outside of Manhattan. And basically, stock market wasn't for me. I'm not cutthroat enough, and you got to be really... Anyway, basically it wasn't for me. Long and the short of it is it wasn't for me. So I stopped doing that, moved out here a long time ago, spent most of my life playing music and producing music, and around when COVID started to hit, I was like, you know what? This isn't working anymore. Let's do something else. It's hard to put, 5 sweaty metal guys in the same room together when everyone is trying not to get sick, and I had already gotten pretty burnt out on it already just from all of the just from doing it for so long. I was like, you know what, let me get into something else. And I always loved gaming. The story I like to tell is that I've always thought I was pretty good at gaming and running my mouth, so I decided that streaming was something to give a good try to. I love it. And in addition to that type of situation, when I first started streaming, when it was just me playing Minecraft, I had someone come in one day and was like, hey, I wanted to let you know that I deal with a lot of depression issues and dark thoughts and stuff like that. And coming into your stream, you keeping me company, I don't feel like that. I didn't feel like that all day. Like, you really made my day a really great day and stopped me from, feeling shitty. And I was like, so I get to do the thing I want to do. I'm pretty good at running my mouth and playing the games, and I get to help people? Sounds perfect. Small world, yeah. Nether lived in a sewer drain for a few years. That's how we met. Yeah. That's where Squiddy, myself, and Sweetney met, was in the sewers of the Nurgle capital world. I'm just playing. I don't know anything about Warhammer except what friends have told me, including Sweetney. Alright, let's get this place mopped up a little bit, guys. You guys all know I've been dying to, get the bottom of this map sorted, so I hope that's okay that that's been the focus of our day. We got a few systems going over here. We got our gas resorting, so... I'm just going to keep checking to make sure it's not broken again. See, we're basically stockpiling the CO2 in here because I don't want to waste it, but I don't want anything to get overpressured, so eventually we'll just pump it back down into our Slickster ranches. Oh god, Squiddy. I've been over it a few times, but basically we're waiting for the volcano to come back online, the steam geyser to come back online. We finished up a couple of vacuuming projects. Killer raiding with a party of one. If Frosty should do the shout out automatically. Guys, raiding in from Satisfactory. How's the factory life treating you, Killer? Guys, go check out Killer. Killer's a wonderful human being, great person. Really glad we got to meet him playing games and streaming. He came in for RimWorld and has been here literally every day ever since we met, so much appreciate you, Killer. What else is going on? We're gradually prepping all of our oil wells. Strip mining out a lot of spaces. We have a plan for massive industrial-sized Dreco ranching setup. What else is going on? We're just basically chatting and hanging. Factory games give you anxiety. I like factory games, but I go in spurts. Like, I'll get really excited about doing a factory game. Coincidentally, the last major spurt I had on Satisfactory was an oil refinement factory, kind of like what we're doing right here. Apparently, I like dirty fuel. Oh, we got a vacuum sorted over there, so I don't know where this is going to eventually go, but we are going to need to have both of these hooked up. So I'm going to do that, and for now, we're going to break that stuff down. That being said, we need to... Oh, no, wait. Strike that. Reverse it. We'll hook that up, because I need to get power down to here. Right. So we'll get that run. And then we'll use this same little spot here to off-gas this one. And then how are we going to bring all three of those together? I suppose that doesn't really matter. We'll go like that. That will be the plan. Hopefully we don't end up having... You know what? No. No. Let's delete that for now. We don't need to worry about that. Let's continue on with our digging and blocking project down here on the bottom. And I tend to play on a 1. I know a lot of people love to play fast and almost getting closer to a nuclear power plant. Hell yeah. I've never done nuclear. Now that we're not playing Myst on Saturdays, I'm going to take some time to, like, do a few things. But eventually we might start doing some Satisfactory Saturdays again. I know a lot of people really love them, so... Faster you go, the more frames suffer. Yeah. Also, like, in colony builders, and maybe, you know, everybody's experience is different. My experience is... I don't generally have problems with getting dupes killed or having, like, major failure issues when I go slow. The moment I start going 2 or 3, I get to the point where I'm going too fast, I miss something, the dupes start peeing all over the place, or like a system breaks that I didn't build solid. When I'm going at 1, I queue up a little work, I kind of look around at the colony, you know, and like I can kind of keep good control over it. I always talk about the difference between being in-game time efficient versus real-world time efficient. I think a lot of people like to press that 3 button or even install mods to make it go faster because they want to see the progress. They're like, oh, I want to build this thing, and they queue it up and then hit the 3 button and watch it build real fast. For me, I like to be more cycle efficient. The slower you go, the more you can make sure that all your dupes are working 100% of the time. I may have to have about a handful of factories that I will just dump stuff to be made at our base area. Yeah, I still have manual factories. I've got a lot of hours in that playthrough. I'm literally pumping all the oil in the northern section of the map to a single processing area. I started fucking with the train station, but I put way too much glass because I was like, maybe I'll start decorating. Bad idea. Should just get everything functional first. I don't even have a place for that, for the oil stuff to get shipped to, so... Love to have the speed 4 for rim. Yeah, sometimes it's nice. Like yesterday, we were doing a lot of 3. I'm not playing with any mods, so we don't have the 4 speed from Smart Speed. But when we were playing yesterday, there's a lot of time with that playthrough where it's just Tom is just at the research bench. So we literally just press 3, and then when we see stuff, when we have a raid or we got to deal with anything specifically, you know what? Let's cancel that. Let's go like that for now. Let's let everybody build. How do I want to deal with this? All right, what I think is we're probably going to need a ladder system on this side. And we just got printables. Let's get a look at what we got. I'd be willing to take on another dupe if they're a really badass rancher. But no, let's grab those. Oh, you know what? Calories. How are we on calories? 43,000 pickled meal. So we are going calorie negative. Let's replant some of these. I keep planting and unplanting this pickled meal, so let's put that many back online. Let's see if our calories start going positive. It's deceptive up here because I'm not letting them eat muckroot or nutrient bars. We're saving those for our space program. Have 104 hours in this world that Laz and I have started. That's awesome. I want to say I have like 500 hours in mine, but a lot of that is like literally just AFK overnight sessions. So I don't know how many actual like active play hours I have in that. Okay, we got to start putting a little bit more effort into a couple of other places. All right, that's hooked up. Atmos sensor. If it's below 1 billion, just start pumping. There we go. That'll get that vacuumed out nicely. This one over here, we're going to switch this to above 500. Half a kilo or more, we want that vacuuming. This one is set to that, right? Yeah, okay, perfect. Absolutely perfect. So the cool thing about this system is that this oil well doesn't need any cooling. Oil, yeah. Because the oil that comes out is at about 85 degrees. So as it's dumping out oil, that oil is taking any excess heat out of the oil well and it's dropping down here. So it's an auto cooling system. And once it overpressures in here, when it gets serviced, the natural gas gets pumped up to our natural gas storage, which will eventually be used in our cooking. We'll probably have way more gas than we need for our gas range once we get there. Speaking of which, how far along are we? We've got 5 of 20. Okay, so like, let's just do like, let's do 30 of these. We're doing manual rad bolt generation. It is not an efficient way to do rad bolt generation, but it was easily accessible, so that's what we're doing. There are a lot of decisions I'm going to have to make as far as how we're going to deal with this side of the map. I've just really wanted to get everything down here going. This one is going to be at a very awkward space, so... But in addition to getting this dug out for our projects, we're also getting it dug out for the sake of getting all of the fossil and lead out of here. Let's do that next. That bit there. And let's prioritize the ladders at a higher priority than the digs. I had a natural gas geyser and thought I was going to kill all my dupes. Natural gas geysers are not the hardest thing to deal with. 150 is hot, but it's nowhere near like magma or anything. You get some scaldings if you let it get into the base, but if you wait for the right moment, you can kind of just brick the son of a bitch in until you're ready to deal with it. Slap a liquid lock on it, put a pump in there. If you got gold amalgam, you can do a gold amalgam pump, I think. 150. I err on the side of caution and make a lot of stuff out of steel if I have the steel. We've got a lot of steel. Not as much as copper on this planet. 69 tons of ore, 11.9 tons of processed iron, and we're up to almost 5 tons of steel, even though I'm building with it as I go here. So we're in a good spot. Okay, so we've got another oil well over here that's going to require our attention. This guy can get built there, and we'll start queuing this up so that when they get over there... Also, one thing that I think is important to keep in mind when you're doing builds on this, that's what I did, just put a lock on the door until I was ready for it. Yeah, absolutely. One thing that took me a while to get a handle on is overheat versus melting temperature. So for anybody who's reasonably new to the game, like, I don't know if you know about this stuff, Lulu, this took me forever to get. Like, when you look at a pump, it'll say up here, overheat temperature 75, and then if you make it out of steel, that adds a plus 200 to it. So it'll overheat at 275 if you make it out of steel. If you make it out of copper ore, it'll overheat at 75 because it doesn't have a bonus. But then if you look at stuff like gas pipe element sensors, you'll notice up here, there's no overheat temperature. So this won't overheat ever. It's not a building that has an overheat. It'll tell you the overheat temperature pluses or minus of the materials below this, but if it has no overheat temperature up here, all you have to worry about is the melting point. So lead melts at 327.5 degrees. So I know that the oil coming out of here is going to be at about 85 degrees. So I can make this sensor out of lead because that lead will never melt in here. It'll never be a temperature to melt that lead. Same thing with the automation wires. This gas pump, however, has an overheat. So I need this to have an overheat temperature above 85. If I build it out of copper ore, it's going to overheat constantly. We could get away with gold amalgam because that would pump up the temperature to 150, and it's never going to get above 150. But we have no gold amalgam on this planet, so I'm making these pumps out of steel. Yeah, I didn't realize that at first. I had to learn from that when one of my geysers kept breaking my liquid pump. I changed the material, and it's fine now. Yeah, exactly. So you just got to keep an eye on what materials add overheat value, what materials add, basically just keep an eye on what things need a melting point and what things need to keep an eye on an overheat point. Also, watch out for zombie spores down in your oil biomes. Those things are obnoxious. We got a couple of more wild slicksters down there, which is fantastic. I'm going to let them do this, because it's going to get us a view of most of the rest of the stuff over here. We're more or less going to start ripping all of this stuff out, but at the moment it just is what it is, right? We'll inspect that. You know, there's materials in here we could get. That's made of copper, so we got some copper we can rip out of there. We've also got another wild Dreco. I'm going to give the it depends answer. There are a lot of different play styles. I tend to expand quickly. You'll notice when you start, you have like your starting biome. You have this green area, and then there's like abyssalite around it, but there's usually some breaks in it leading to hot and cold biomes. So when I first started out, my big thing is I would rush to insulated tiles. And the two things that I do when I'm starting is I look where the cracks are, because cracks are either free food or seeds. That's fair. Yeah, no stress. So I always look where the cracks are, because you could always... you know what? I'm going to disable this building real quick. I don't want that water to get any lower because it's stopping the stuff in that storage bin from off-gassing. I got to find a new place for that stuff. So what I do is I try to dig out to the cracks until my digger is high enough level to break through stuff, because you need to be able to get through granite and abyssalite and stuff, so you got to level up your digger. So your digger's got to dig enough to be leveling up. So I always try to stay ahead of that curve while simultaneously making the goal to get to those cracks to get the free food, the animals, whatever items are buried in them. And while I'm doing that, I have my researcher go for insulated tiles. And as soon as I get insulated tiles, I start walling out the heat and cold so that I can maintain my starting biome temperature as much as possible. And I try to minimize the amount of heat generating buildings. If I can use one battery and it works, I'm going to put one battery in rather than 10, because 10 is going to create a lot more heat. Try to use minimal amounts of power, minimum amounts of heat generation within my starting biome. And then once I've got enough, because you got to get to research, right? And then my goal is generally to get to a steam turbine aqua tuner set up reasonably quickly, because once you do that, you don't even really need to insulate the base in. You just need to make sure to run one of those cooling loops like I was talking about earlier when you came in and were asking about it. So once you can get a cooling loop going, it's not as big a deal. But before I had a good grasp on how to throw together a steam turbine aqua tuner setup, ATST, little Star Wars overlap there, or STAT, whatever it is, it was a lot more imperative for me to wall in my existing chill. And I also used a lot more of the cold biome, where I would go and make temp shift plates out of ice to cool down places that were too hot. Occasionally you'd wind up in a situation where you'd over chill and then your crops wouldn't grow for a little while. But it seems to be easier to heat a place up rather than chill it down. Although if you play on a frozen planet like Rime, or like the Frozen Forest Moonlit Cluster, you'd be surprised how much more difficult it is to deal with cold than it is to deal with heat. Like, it's so much harder to heat up a whole map than you would think it is. Look at all the slicksters. There's the Spore Kid. That's the fucker we gotta worry about. Yeah, zombie spores. Okay, we're gonna have to be careful over here. Kind of stop our strip mining right there. I don't want zombie spores to get out. There's a way to deal with them, but we're going to have to be careful with how we deal with them. So let's kind of focus on getting all this locked in. Yeah, there's a caustic biome here, so I don't think we're going to get a 6th oil well. Zombie spores are the friggin' worst. Yes, blob napkins all day long. You please not get yourself stuck in there, buddy. Woo woo is right. So the way we're going to deal with this Spore Kid. This is a Spore Kid. It off-gasses zombie spores. Now, technically speaking, we could let the zombie spores off-gas into this area, and it's not a problem because our dupes are in suits. But if one of them somehow breaks a liquid lock and zombie spores get into our base, that's just going to be like end-of-run nightmare status. That is one of the most hard-ending situations there is. So what we're going to have to do is corner build in this whole area, which is a whole thing. Let's make sure that's the only spot with the zombie spores. Yeah, okay. So I guess today's lesson is going to be how we deal with zombie spores. In fact, let's cancel all of that, and let's get in over here. And what we'll do is we'll put a little... We'll do a little ladder system in here like this. Yeah, we'll dig a little bit more of this out so that we can come at it from both sides, because we're going to need to come at it from both sides. We'll get that sorted. Okay. Oh, this can be done. That can go there. Okay, that spot's vacuumed. Get that stuff built. We're just kind of at the point where we can we're stable enough to do a few other things. We've got 40.3 tons of dirt. That's kind of our timer. We need to get over to an alternate food source. I might have to temporarily go into something like bristleberry, because we don't really have our barbecue set up. God, I don't want to do that, because that means I'm going to have to deal with getting water out of here. Thank you for officially lurking, Julie. Much appreciate you hanging out, as always. So, as much as I want to use this space for specific stuff, I might actually temporarily convert this to a bristleberry farm. I want to check something real quick. Bristleberry takes 1,600, turns it into 2,000. I have all this math, but let's just do a quick napkin math session. 6 cycles, 1,600 calories. So 1,600 divided by 6, we get... Oh god, these are numbers. Let me do a quick little math thing. So 1,600 divided by 6 is 266. So 1,000 divided by 266. No, hang on. 1,600 turns into 2,000. So we got to go off the math of 2,000. So every 6 cycles we'll get 2,000 per plant. So 2,000 divided by 6 means that each plant's producing 333 per cycle. So we would need 3 plants per dupe to feed them nonstop on bristleberry. So we've got 7 dupes times 3. That would be 21 plants if that was all we were producing. So let's do a little like measure over here. That's 13 tiles right there. All right, we're going to let that be future Nether's problem. If that dirt gets down way lower, we'll worry about it. But for now, I want to continue stripping this out. We've got about an hour and a half left in our stream. Then I'm going to take a dinner break and then hop on for a second stream to do some Magic the Gathering Arena. Because it's not our normal jam, but I want to get some of that going as well. So yeah, let's not get too crazy about that. We've got enough dirt to get us through for a little while longer. So we'll continue living off of pickled meal for now. The reason I don't want... Like, pickled meal is going to last a lot longer, so I'd prefer to stay on that as long as we don't have a deep freeze. Once we get a deep freeze going, that's when I'll be willing to start switching over to bristleberry. So... next stream, I think that's going to be the focus. Even, like I said, even if we got to throw together a quick little plastic thing, take some of the petroleum we've got here, turn it into plastic right quick. Because I want to, once we get that steam turbine in there and build this area out, we're going to be in a really good place. So on Thursday, that's going to be our main focus, is getting up our permanent kitchen. That's going to be top priority. We're going to get that up in this area. We've got our cooling system here. I'm not sure how that's going to go, so I'm not going to stress too much. I'm going to try and do what I did with the Dreco Ranch and design it a little bit off stream. That gas pipe is hooked up. That is hooked up. Atmos sensor needs to say if it's below a bajillion. Just keep pumping. That should kick that on. That kicks that on. We'll vacuum that out. We're more or less just getting everything set. Like, it's going to be an interesting crossover. We want to basically get this entire bottom of the map ready for when Jonathan comes back online in 63 cycles. Once this is online and this tank is like buffered up to about here, we're going to be able to turn this petroleum boiler on forever. And I want to be able to be in a position to just kind of switch over to that. We've already run out of our extra water here, so we're not going to have... Yeah, we're starting to run low on water that's producing crude. We need to get the water positive process going over here. Oof. Okay, so next time we really want to get into a few other projects here is what we want to do. Let's deconstruct this guy. Get that broken out. These pipes no longer need to be here then. So basically what's happening now is that the polluted water being created by our petroleum generators is getting dropped into this thing and going into our oil reservoir here. But as you can see, our pipe is no longer full because we ran out of our little extra water down here, which is fine. We knew that day was going to come. So that day is here. That's quite all right. For now, this can all get deleted. I was really hoping we wouldn't run into a spore kid. There's always one on the map, but I was fingers crossed. I was like, maybe one won't generate this time. Maybe we'll be safe. Nah, not quite. Not quite at all. Is it worth throwing in a temporary... Temporary pole... You know what? Let's also... We'll just start working on getting this pole in here. We'll go down to there. That way they can get down a little quicker from their spots. And let's shift these ladders to be here. Okay. It's not like we can queue up an infinite amount of work, right? I would like to get all of our materials into storage. Okay, we could talk about that. Why don't we talk about that? While the dupes work down there, let's work with the planning blueprint over here and see if we can come up with a good storage system for this little location, right? So we're going to need 2 blocks and then space for them to do things. So let's say we have loaders over here. Say that's there. Let's say our sweepers... Okay, so we're going to need sweepers that can see down. Sweepers go 2 tiles, right? So let's say we have sweepers... That one and that one should be able to see... I don't think we even need 2. I think 2 should be more than enough as far as sweepers go. Thank you for lurking, Killer. Much appreciated. That means that what I want to do is maybe put this here. We might have to actually make this area a little bigger, so Just kind of like trying to plan. While the dupes are working on stuff I've already got queued up, let's see if we can come up with some other ideas, right? So we can't really fit 4 auto droppers in here quite. Unless we delete those, right? Or hang on. Let me remove that. And then let's do a quick little, like, let's say... Alright, that research is done. So let's discontinue that. Wonderful. That gets us the gas grill research. That way we can actually put together a proper kitchen when we come in next time on Thursday. So the core of our build here is going to be that. And then we want to put auto droppers. Let's make those green. And those have to sit on something, so something like that. And if we'd like to get 4 of them, I don't think we need 4 of them, but that would theoretically be what we would need in order for us to have 4 auto droppers. But that, I could get in the way of a few things. So if we were to copy this and put that here, that would just barely fit. If we put it here, I like this idea. I do like this idea of using this space, but there's plenty of other spots we could put it to. It's not like it has to be here. How much automation am I going to do in this? Like, am I going to send everything to central storage, or am I going to put filters along the way? I don't know. Alright, let's say we put that there. Let's just, you know. Now what we could do is we could put a sweeper, 1, 2, 3. And then if we put a sweeper here, it 1, 2, 3, 4. We could also put another, okay, we could put 2 sweepers vertically there. That would be plenty of sweepers. Started looking at the automation stuff and got so overwhelmed. Yeah, I don't go as crazy as some, but I do a few things. You know, you gotta do what makes you comfortable, right? That sweeper won't be able to see everything. You know, and that would put a chute right up here for everything to drop into. No, this isn't quite good. All right, I don't think the storage area is going to go over here. Maybe it will, but right now I feel like it's a little too tight for what I normally do, and I'm not sure what I want to change about it for this playthrough. Hydrate. We got to hydrate? Fuck. Thank you, Aya. Thank you guys for keeping liquid going into my body. Really do appreciate it. Ooh, that actually works out nicely. Unreachable. Why unreachable? Okay, Green Thumbs is on it. Good job, Greenie. You can get over there. Man, these dupes are trying to get themselves stuck down here. Gotta water your streamers. Absolutely. I appreciate it. I really do. Is chat disconnecting? Oh my fucking god. You guys really, really like to try and friggin' drown the slicksters, don't you? Fine. Emergency. Let's move the slickster. Let's go, guys. Let's not drown the animals. I mean, they're wonderful blobs. Let's not drown them. I think they died. But I think they were old because they left an egg, so there's that, at least. This is getting ridiculous. I'm slowing down a little bit, guys. It usually happens in the last hour or two. I gotta go get some legit food in my body. Usually I perk up after I get some food. Well, after a short period of perking down because, you know, the food weighs you down for a hot second. But I've been eating healthier food. I'm gonna go and get myself some hummus and pita, maybe some turkey and some cheese. Although, the big problem with cheese is even though a little bit in moderation to go on your sandwich or something is not bad, I tend to eat the entire block of cheese. It seems to be the thing that happens. I get cheese in my house and I can't control myself to not eat the cheese. So I may have to stop bringing cheese into the house altogether because that is just it's a dangerous proposition. Piloting athletics, piloting silence, piloting. Nobody is going into space, you idiots. The dupes, not you guys, of course. Alright. I love cheese. It's my favorite snack. Definitely a problem for me too. Yeah, it's so easy to just overeat cheese. Like, I'll get cheese, I'll make myself a sandwich, it'll be a reasonable sandwich, you know, a little hearty because, you know, 6-hour-long stream, you're going to want to eat a good sandwich after. And then what'll happen is I'll get snacky later and I'll be like, you know what, let me have some cheese and crackers. And I make the mistake of bringing the cheese to my desk. Because I'm like, well, I'm going to watch a movie or watch some YouTube while I snack. And then I look down and I'm like, where did the cheese go? It was here a minute ago and now there's just an empty wrapper. Oh no. Oh no. The cheese. It's all in my body. So that kind of gets me. So, well, let's set this on sweep. Oh, I see what's going on here. We need to dig these now. Don't need those done. I always cut off hunks and only take the hunks out of the fridge. Then again, we've no AC in most of the house, so cheese doesn't do so hot out of the fridge. I mean, mine doesn't last long enough to worry about having to keep it cold. Plus, lately, they've got this brie that's at the store on the corner that is probably cheaper than brie should be. But I've been chomping on that a little bit, and that stuff's good at room temperature. A little melty on your brie is fantastic. I used to be mostly a Swiss. They had a really good Swiss that was like reasonably priced. I'm not going to say cheap because I don't know cheese. I don't know prices well enough to know if cheese is cheap or not. But they stopped carrying that one, and I was like, well, let me look for something that's like, you know, good bang for the buck status, and couldn't find any Swiss that was like a good price. So I was like, let me grab this brie. This brie's on, and I've been eating too much of that lately, more or less. Now, an argument could be made that if you brick in the whole bottom of the map, you're giving up a lot of space, but at a certain point or another, you've got to give yourself the right shape to work with, not just infinite amounts of space. Yes, space is limited on this thing, and I do like to build tight, but we're gonna... If we absolutely have to, we'll crack in and use this space for something, but sometimes just, like, leveling... Like, let's say you're out doing some sort of construction job, right? It's not as important to have an infinite amount of dirt as it is to have the dirt in the right places. You want a level surface to build on, right? Barb is not the fastest mover. We should put Barb back in the duplicate gym and let her cook a little bit. Damn, Nether, you made me crave for cheese now. Yeah, I mean, the cheese is good. Cheese is delicious. Okay, these guys are starting to get stuff sorted out nicely. So we'll go like this. We'll also go like this. Gotta make sure I keep my eye on that Sporkid, though. That's gonna be a problem if I forget about it. I mean, I should be okay, but... Let's not even build anything that far over till we deal with the Sporkid. Get that egg moved over. These dupes are making quick work. Let's speed it up just to a 2. All our systems seem to be reasonably stable, and we're not doing anything crazy up here where things could go wrong. Let's just double check our gas overlays and everything. I think let's shut this guy off temporarily. We'll turn him back on later, but for now we'll leave that there. We'll speed this up just a little bit down here. I want to get all this nice and dug out, and then I want to get into dealing with that thing. So we're going to have to micromanage that. Go dupes! Put a little gas on the old fire right now. Okay, so we're getting our ladders, we're getting this place ripped up, we're gonna dig across here, and then we're gonna have to start doing some shenanigans with side building over here. If you guys haven't seen how to side build, it is a whole process in and of itself, so... The corner building is a good technique to have on lock when you're playing this game. Now we're playing fast. Maybe a little too fast. Let's slow this down to a 2. Never heard of side building. Or corner building. So, your dupes can build through corners. So, if I break this tile here, they'll be able to build this tile. I think it's called corner building, not side building. See this? Now watch that. Now that tile is built, right? Except when they can't. So we're going to slow down just a little bit here. We're going to delete this tile here. We're going to delete those tiles there. You got to be real careful when you're working with spore kids, so... Oh, we're so happy. So now, the issue is you can't build over plants, but since they can dig and build in corners, we're going to break that tile real quick. I say real quick, but I've got people queued up to do multiple things. But let's keep our focus down here. Always good to go one tile at a time. So now that that's built, we break that tile. And so this way, anything that you do like this, you can crush gases and destroy them. So that's what we're trying to do, is we're trying to crush all the gases in here so that we delete them because they're full of spore kids. Or they're full of zombie spores from the spore kid. Yeah, okay, so we're going to have 2 extra. We might set up a second petroleum boiler setup here for the extra. We might, however, just kind of save those and mess around with a sour gas boiler later, although I don't think we have enough space on this planet. I don't know. Never done a sour gas boiler. They can be quite large if you want them to be efficient because you need a large area, surface area for heat exchange. Speed this up again. I would like this to see how that broke, but we still have a tile there. So now we can build that tile. And we can deconstruct that tile. And we delete that one. Slow crawl. Slow crawl. Let's slow that down just a little bit as well. I get nervous with zombie spores. I've never released them, but I'm always very, very wary of working with them. Killer's going to get himself stuck, so we're going to put that there. GC Fungus is my Bible. I love his sour gas boiler. It's so compact and exchanges heat beautifully. In fact, the 75 nat gas gens it supports is 50% bigger than the sour gas boiler itself. That's cool. I'm going to have to check. I might have actually looked at that one. I looked at a lot of them, just quick pictures, and I got it in my head. I was like, you know, maybe I could actually design one of these. So I might take a crack at designing one. I was even talking about doing a stream where we just hang out in a debug world and do some design work together, because you guys think of a lot more and have different experiences. But at the same time, it might be more reasonable to just do one that somebody else has already built. The war against germs is real. Yeah, I've watched a little bit of everything, but I've watched all of Francis. Like, that's my knowledge pool. I've literally watched, like, just about every creator a little bit, as far as Ani and RimWorld is concerned, but I've watched pretty much everything Francis has ever done, and as far as RimWorld goes, same thing with Adam versus everything. Cheers with coffee. I'll cheers you with some lemonade. You know, the Sharon thermal checks is genius. Every temp shift plate has a huge temperature gradient between them, so you can go from one tile and it's 100°C to just below it and it's -30. That's awesome. Look how happy our sparkle streaker is. Good job, Al. Looking for Al. Last name Caholic. Is there an alcoholic here? Little Simpsons reference for you guys. Oh, I didn't run the gas on that one yet. It doesn't matter. Let's just focus on this. Get this sorted. Okay, fair enough, bud. Fair enough. How do you intend on pumping the oil? You'll notice I've got 2 pumps down here. All of the oil is just going to drop and slide over here and get pumped into this infinite storage right here. One pump is going to go right into this petroleum boiler. The other pump will go wherever we need it, whether that's to another petroleum boiler over here or whatever else we need to do it. Then a full pipe of petroleum will go into our petroleum generators. The other pipe will probably eventually get routed up here to go into petroleum rockets. But yeah, the goal is to not have very much of anything down here. I might just set up a hydro sensor so we can pump a little bit, so we'll have like a little spot over here. But for the most part, in storage made of doors looks so funny. Yeah, I don't know. That's the main way I know how to do infinite storage. I should probably look up better techniques for doing it, but I knew how to do it that way. And like I said, it's been a bit of a casual playthrough, so not crazy worried about making the perfectly efficient stuff. But Deku, if you're on our Discord, feel free to share links. We've got an Ani chat channel, so if you have links that you want to share for sour gas boilers, infinite storages, any of that, feel free to put them up there. It literally doesn't matter. It's doors or airflow tiles. Who cares? Oh, okay, yeah, airflows are another good way to do it. I didn't really think about that. Yeah. Fantastic. Okay, that can get deconstructed. This can get deconstructed. you guys doing? Barb needs to get a little faster with her movement. We should, like I said, we should probably put her back into the duplicate gym, but... If we move these guys, they should reprioritize over to the things we want them to. Shit. Yeah, unfortunately, we're probably going to end up drowning these slicksters. Okay, so now we want to leave that. Now this is the important part. We're going to dig that tile. That breaks the spore kid. We put that there. Anybody? Things I can throw in, like I have a design for self-powered metal volcano tamer that I've used literally everywhere. That's awesome. That yeah, would love to have your input. Come on over, share some knowledge. We've been trying to get everybody talking and going so we can all learn from each other. Did we just entomb them inside that tile? I think we did. Okay, I'm seriously gonna have to get a deep freeze and an interim food source. I've been relying too heavy on pickled meal. Speaking of which, we're at 40,000 calories. We'll be fine. If I have to, I'll use some of our other foods, but I want this done, and then I want to finish strip mining out this bottom section before we call stream. Well, I've got an hour. We can do a few things. So this is the last of the, Oh, nice. Very nice. I really hope you suckers didn't bring any germs with you. They did not. Good stuff. Petroleum borer solves food and slicksters. You can feed 40... Oh, yeah, I know. It's just a matter of the volcano over here is going to be idle for another 59.8 cycles, and we're down to 39 tons of dirt. I'm pretty sure it should last, but it's going to be a matter of hot swapping over. We've also got wild animals here and wild slicksters down here, so we've got a little bit of barbecue coming in. I don't think we're going to have to do any type of gristleberry or anything like that. But in case we do, I'd like to make the main focus of next stream getting our deep freeze up. Because if we're not going to use pickled meal, I want a deep freeze. You named the volcano, Jonathan. We have a point redemption for naming pets, which applies to Minecraft and RimWorld, but doesn't apply to Ani. So if you guys want to name a volcano or a geyser, just do the point redemption for naming a pet, and we'll rename the volcano. Emily named it Jonathan. And our zombie spore problem is no longer a problem. Excellent work, dupes. Excellent work. You could also always make my favorite food in the game. Oh, I can't wait to make berry sludge. We just haven't gone over to our second planet yet. Have you noticed we haven't cracked in here? So we don't have access to sleet wheat. The moment we can get to... When we go over to our second planet, this is going to be barbecue production as far as food on this planet. Our second planet is going to be all the water-based stuff. We're going to do all of the stuff. Eventually, I'd like to do frost burgers and berry sludge. Berry sludge for our Rocketeers and... frost burgers for our team, for our terrestrial team. I've never actually accomplished frost burgers as like a legitimate end game food, so I'd like to give that a shot. So on our other planet, we'll do sleet wheat, bristleberry, and waterweed. We'll ship the waterweed over here. What else do we need for frost burgers? Yeah. That is in the works. We have a blueprint for an excessive Draco ranch. This is going to be 2 full Draco ranches, two full glossy Draco ranches, a pip ranch to feed the mealwood to the glossy Dracos, an overflow ranch for shearing them, and a drowning evolution chamber for the pips. Let's take a look at this. Now, this isn't even turned on to help right now. Yep, this has got to go on. Because this isn't chilled yet. Yeah, that blueprint is going to be on mealwood, though, to make glossies. So I set it up. I did the math. There's a pip ranch attached to them, and the pip ranch is going to be slightly dirt positive. I'm talking like maybe a kilo, like just the tiniest little bit of dirt positive. The pips will produce enough dirt to supply all the mealwood for the glossies. So we have pips here. We just need to get to the other planet to get arbor trees. These are all eventual plans. I'm not trying to race to anything. If this was like a challenge playthrough, we would have already been on the second planet. We'd already have a bunch of other stuff. I wouldn't be like bricking in the bottom to try and get this going. Probably wouldn't even be worried about a petroleum boiler. I'd just be like, let's get to the goal that we have set for ourselves, whatever that may be. But I have plans. I have all of the plans. Printables. Badass rancher? Give me a badass rancher. Agriculture, irritable bowel, no. More wild animals, it is. A pip ranch only makes 160 kilograms of dirt, so that's just under 3 Draco ranches of 6 mealwood. Yes, we're only going to have 2 glossy Draco ranches, and we're going to have 2 regular Draco ranches on Bomb Lily. I set it up so that the Bomb Lily will be heated by heaters to keep that proper. Obviously, the Bomb Lily doesn't cost anything as far as fertilizer or whatnot. So if it feeds 3 Draco ranches, it will be a little dirt positive because we're only going to run 2 glossies on mealwood. That'll give us a little extra dirt to play with for other projects if we need it. But I like that you do the math. You guys definitely keep me honest on the math, because sometimes I do the math wrong, or sometimes I don't do the math and I make assumptions, and then people are like, you know, Nether, that's not going to work because XYZ. And I'm like, I guess I didn't do the math. But I did check the math on that, so we're only going to have 2 farms that need mealwood. The underside of this. How do I want to deal with that? I think think I'm just going to leave it. There'll be a space here between it and the mesh tiles, which might come in handy. I don't know. We'll burn that bridge when we get to it. Getting the building done. Yeah, so tomorrow, guys, we're going to be back on our RimWorld Sea Ice playthrough. Yesterday was a fantastic start. We're nowhere near out of the woods. I'm not going to be comfortable until we've got 3 badass colonists and well-equipped with guns. At least 3 to 5 would be great. Once we hit that point, we'll probably be around 20k in wealth. Of course, it's gonna be dodgy up until we get more colonists, and we can't get more colonists till we can expand our base. We can't expand our base until we get some more trade going. So we're basically research shack until such a time as we can make some more trade happen, basically. Now let's start at the center over here and build out so they don't get themselves trapped in there. And let's go across like that. And go across like that. Then they can dig that out. This is working better than it was. Next time we're going to crack in here and do a little bit more work. I don't really like the idea that it's using the cooling loop for our main cooling loop to do this, but last time it's been working well enough. I think once we have this chill and everything and keeping... we need to basically bank enough chill in the water that's down here that this converts instantly. But the fact that it's not overpressuring right now is pretty awesome. So once we get this chill box going, I think we'll be good. That'll be the goal. Like I said, that'll be the goal on Thursday, is to get another steam turbine in here and get this whole system. This is going to cool the chill box and our thermoregulator. So we'll get that done. We'll get our kitchen properly set up with a freezer. That way I'm not as anxious about switching over to food that goes bad faster. Once we're deep freezing all of our food, if we need to switch over to an interim food source, we will. And then we'll continue our project, getting everything ready down here for our slickster ranches. But yeah, we got a little bit more time, though. We got some things I want to get done. I want to finish bricking in the bottom of this level, and then I want to keep ripping this part apart in here. If we could get all of this ripped out by the time we finish stream, I would be ecstatic. Also, eventually... Hi, Tom! Welcome on in. Welcome on in. How the hell are you? What's the good word? Is it bird? Is bird the word? Sorry, I had to. Shit. I need that stuff swept out of there as we go. I don't even think they can reach that stuff. Okay, hang on. You guys can do other things, but let's put one of those there. You're here officially? Cool. I'm here officially for another like 40-45 minutes, but I'm going to be coming back later to do a second stream. We're going to be streaming some Modern Horizons this evening after I get everything sorted with the rest of this this junk with the dupes. I put the Draco Wrench designer that I use into the Discord along with a couple other things. Awesome. Thank you, Deku. I'll check all that out while I'm eating dinner before I pop over to my second stream for the day. I don't usually do 2 streams in a day, everybody, but like I said, Modern Horizons 3 came out today, and I'm dying to play that set, so if I'm going to spend all night jam-packed into it, I might as well stream it. Figure if anybody's interested in the Magic the Gathering content, that'll be cool. By the way, Nether, if something good happens on the Rim gameplay, I will add it to my Minecraft solo world. Oh, okay, so Killer's building the Rim world lore into his Minecraft world. I like that. I don't want to lose materials stuck under here, so we're going to have them sweep all this stuff out from under here before we build the rest of these tiles in. God, I can't wait for Jonathan to start pumping out more magma for us. Everybody's a builder right now. I feel like I've got another box somewhere that I'm not thinking about. I don't know where you guys are sweeping stuff from over here, but we've swept out the area I need to sweep out, so... Also, thanks for sealing the deal of hopping on Magic. Absolutely. I will be on Magic all night long today. Oh, well, not all night long, but as far as stream is concerned. But I'm going to stream at least 2 or 3 hours of playing because I need to get at some of that content. Come on, dupes. All right. That is the stuff that needed to be micromanaged, so let's start just annihilating things here. I don't want them to fall, and I don't care about having ladders there indefinitely. I'm probably going to remove them, and I'm going to have to remove them every other tile anyway. So just kind of like trying to think ahead, not have them double work. If I build all of them, then I'm going to have to delete all of them, you know? So like when we dig all this out, what I'll do is I'll put these guys on a 6, and then once they finish digging this out, I'll just highlight 4 plus the tiles, and then they'll build that stuff and dig everything out. But I'm going to let them dig this bit out before I prioritize like that. It's just a little idiosyncrasy I have. It's nothing, you know, it's like everybody's got their way they like to do things. I've managed to get dupes trapped way too often. So if you're digging down, you could clear a floor, then build a floor of ladders, and then, you know, then clear a floor, build a floor of ladders. If you're doing any up or like alternate ways of doing stuff, sometimes it pays to just do every other tile, so there's at least a solid tile for them to hop on if they get themselves trapped on the wrong side of business, you know? Like even here, what I'll do is I'll delete every other one of these. I could actually get to that from down there. I don't even really have to do that. I can't tell you guys how much I really enjoy the fact that this is starting to get pulled out. I've been talking about ripping out the bottom of this map since we started playing this game, basically. Since we started doing this playthrough, so... Oh, micrograms. Okay, so there's probably water there, but it's probably... Okay, fair enough, game. Fair enough. Let's get all this done. Like, I'm glad they're doing the copper tiles, but... I want to get that dug out more than I want to get the copper tiles in. And what we'll do is we will build those in. That way we can deconstruct those. We don't have to mop the oil. Okay, that's how we zoom out. All right, bottom of the map is basically bricked in. And now we just got to rip all of this out and make sure not to accidentally open up the other volcano, which I'm sure Emily's going to want to name later anyway. Maybe Sebastian? I don't know. I don't know why that came. So whether maybe it's because my gifted sub ran out, but boy, does Twitch hate me today. Oh, really? They're hitting you with the ads? I do apologize, guys. If there's anything I can do about that, I would. I'm not a fan of ads. I know it's like... Some people would say, like, hey, you know, the cool thing about ads is people are getting commercials, then they want to get a sub because then they don't have ads. I'm the type of person, like, I can't really afford to be subscribing to a whole bunch of people. Not quite ads. Okay. So, like, when I see commercials, it's like, oh, man. It's very... I don't know. I have a hate relationship with advertisements. I guess they're a necessary evil in our world, but, man, I wish I didn't have to have them at all. The stream keeps hiccuping, so I would refresh to fix, but I found that pausing and playing sort of works, but it's temp. Okay. That's got to be on Twitch's servers. They probably got some sort of issue going on right now with, like, too many people streaming or something. You know, bandwidth issues. Us lowly affiliates don't get the bandwidth, you know. They want to all go to the partners. Yours as well. I'm so sorry, guys. So I put the quality down to 360 in order for it to stop skipping. Okay, okay. I wish there was something I could do. It's just a little blurry, but it's not skipping. Okay. try that. I'm still having fun and able to see what I need to. Awesome. Awesome. Yeah, if you guys have any questions, if you want me to zoom in on anything because it's blurry or anything, you just let me know. We're, you know, we wind down around the last hour or so. I start to get a little sleepy once I start getting hungry, so we're doing things. If you guys, like I said, I'm happy to answer questions and facilitate things. So sometimes I just run out of steam. That'll get brick in there. Kind of unnecessary for me to deal with, but and do that as well. Appreciate you answering all my... Of course, happy to help. I think helping new players is one of my favorite things to do, or newer players, or players that have played a long time that we have different knowledge. I think helping people is an important part of life. Okay. Okay, so we've more or less run out of the ability to produce crude. How much crude do we have down here? We have quite a bit, and there's, you know, there's a bunch in the mesh tiles. All right, let me just slow down a little bit here. Like, this is not going to be done today, but I would kind of like to vacuum this out, so let's bring that over here. And we'll connect that in, but we'll break that for now. Same thing with the wire. Do a little one of those. So that'll get built. We'll also dig across there. We'll leave that because that's where it'll vent out. I mean, eventually we're going to need all of these pipes to pump up to our gas tank up here anyway. Ooh, okay. This is not really doing anything because we don't have this cooling. It's just heating up the water that's in here. But once we have this all set up, it'll be good. It already looks like it's working a lot better now that we have nothing but steam in here. Basically, as it turns this to water, when it hits this pipe over here, it creates a vacuum that sucks the steam over. And now that we've got a little bit of water down here holding, like, you know, it's got some mass to it. All right, looks like we're doing all right. Looks like we're doing all right in there. That's a lot better than it was the last time that thing was active, so I'm very happy. I'm very happy with that. We basically bullshit tamed this and then went back in and fixed it while it was dormant, just because we needed to get water going into our oxygen machine over here. You're just making steel right now. That's fine. That whole system down there. Trying to figure out what's important and what's not right now. I guess it's important to check that. Rancher? Snazzy suit. Excavation, silence, piloting, husbandry, plant... I don't like plant murderer on my ranchers, because ranchers invariably wind up doubling into farming. Not that we have a lot of farming, but, you know, I've said no to better dupes than Otto here. I don't feel like making a rust melter, at least not for quite some time, so we'll take the snazzy suit. Let's apply that to... Let's give it to Lou. Lou is out there in the world often, so they could stand to be a walking decor beacon. Bottom of the map is looking sexy. Yay! You get a snazzy suit. So, I'm sure you know that if you're wearing any type of the good clothing, the snazzy suits or purple suits or whatever it is, the overalls, you get a decor bonus around that dupe. So usually what I try to do is any dupes that are going over into the industrial area or out into digging and building projects, get the suits first, or get the clothing first, because they're going to see the worst decor. The dupes that hang out in the base, like the researcher, the rancher, the farmer, they're often seeing a lot better decor because they're inside the core base and there's not as much ugly stuff. Although our whole place is probably, yeah, our whole place is ugly as sin. You got yourself stuck, didn't you, killer? It's like, why is he just standing there? Well, about that. There's a lot of petroleum. I'm not really sure where that came from. Yeah, we're basically skipping steps. I feel like that's something that people do once they get good at games, is like, oh, let me skip these steps. And usually that winds up coming back to bite you in the ass no matter how good you are, but that's how I killed my first dupe, by accidentally blocking him in somewhere. Yep, same. Same. So, my very first dupe death, my very first colony, I think it was my researcher. He got blocked in. And I was like, you know what? I'm going to go back to a save when they weren't dead. I played for a few more hours. Next day I got up. I felt really guilty. I was like, man, I feel like I cheated. You know, and I'm not to say you shouldn't reload. But if you got, you know, I don't like to play that way in most games. Most stuff I like to play commitment mode, like RimWorld and stuff. So I felt like I had kind of cheated a little bit. So that's when I started my second colony. That colony went for a while. That one I made the mistake of making too many hatch ranches, and basically they consumed every rock on the map, and I had no building materials, and I was trying to panic tame a magma volcano just to make igneous rock for building materials and to feed the hatches. Eventually that kind of broke me, and I stopped. That's when that world ended. After that, we got into the stream playthrough where I went a lot of cycles. We had petroleum rockets, liquid oxygen oxidizers. We did the tear. We did Home Sweet Home. We were working on the process of building a base on the tree planet to get resin. And basically we had gone pretty much all the way, but it got to the point where it was like projects were taking like weeks and weeks to get done. You know, just like, all right, we want to build this crazy big project, and we would get like just a piece of it done each stream. And it was time to move on and do some other stuff. Took a little break from Oni after that, and then when I came back, it was more about the self-contained challenges. And this is the first run in a while where there's no like end game goal. It's just like, let's have some fun. I've played way too many old school games to feel bad about save scumming. Yeah, it depends on the game for me. Like in my Minecraft world, my solo Minecraft world, I'll save scum all day long. I don't care, because that game's, to me, I'm like, will it take more time for me to fix what I broke or reload? It'll take more time to fix it, I'm reloading. You know, and that's generally how I go with Minecraft. But at least on that in that world. All right, we'll get that one vacuumed out. But yeah, it depends on the game. With RimWorld, I always play commitment mode in RimWorld. Now, while we're bricking things in, there's a way I like to brick stuff in to get maximum effort. So here's how I like to brick stuff in, right? Like, you brick it in so you don't have, like, random bits and pieces just, like, causing, you know, extra gases to be rendered and stuff like that. Also, like, limiting pathing and stuff, and giving yourself clean lines to work with. So I'll brick it in like this, and then I'll look at the floors. And this, I like to have at least one wall to be able to run pipes or electricity through. And often with the base, you wind up doing insulated tiles. Like, I'll brick stuff in and then put a layer of insulated tiles as my outer bit. But it changes with the floors, right? Because if we brick in all the way out to here, up in this section, that feels like a waste. So I transition based on floors. So in theory, if I was going to use insulated tile, I probably won't because this is Slickster Ranches. It's going to get hot down in here anyway. I would insulated tile all the way down to here, where the floors, you know, so 1, 2, 3 floors worth. And then I would shift over to here and bring that up here until we got to this floor, and then come out and then insulated tile here. Basically kind of squaring it off so you give a little bit of a buffer, but that you brick in the most obnoxious parts. Thing is, if we come up here, we could actually just do insulated tiles right up against the neutronium around here. But it doesn't have to be insulated tiles. It could be regular tiles. I just most frequently do that on core base builds. Like over here, I don't even know what's going to be over here. We might just leave this open, you know? Okay, now keeping in mind what we just experienced with that other spot, let's add one of those there. That way they can get around the other side of this when we inevitably wind up digging out space and they need to get to it. And that means that we're going to be building, like, in here. So we go back to Lou's question about, do you recommend digging everything out as quick as possible? I am a big fan of digging out an entire map. To me, I feel like I have elbow room to work with. That being said, it's important to get to a stable place in your system, you know, a stable place in your playthrough, so you're not going through problems like chasing your tail, like, oh shit, I spent 3 hours digging this out, now everybody's starving to death. Oh shit, I spent 3 hours digging this out and everybody's going to starve to death. Stretch, thank you, Aya. Appreciate that. Oh. Oh, good pops. Oh. Oh, yeah. Okay, we're doing good. We're doing good. We're doing good. So for me, my big plan, as I said, was getting the Slickster Ranches down here. And that being said, we need a lot of space for that. Each Slickster Ranch has got to be 96 tiles. And we need about 8 of them. Just like 7.5, so we'll go 8. We're going to be producing more than just the carbon dioxide from the petroleum generators, so I'm going to say probably 8 ranches. We'll probably have room for other stuff down here, because, like, if we look down here, like that's 100 tiles, so there's 96, right? So we could put in 3 here, then we have space in here and stuff. Thank you for lurking, Aya. Some of them might be different shapes because of the way these wells fall. We might actually work on a more vertical design. I used to use a vertical design, basically 4 wide and then go up instead of going wide. So there's 96 tiles. The problem with that is the automation I like to put in becomes an issue. If you go over to 5 tiles and come down, that puts us at 95. That makes it awkward shaped with the floors. So we might just kind of do the standard issue ranch design like the hatches up here. Oh, that's right. I told them to keep this down to 2. 2? No, 7. Okay. Hopefully that doesn't fall apart. We've got some wild hatches around that we could remutate if things go wrong, I suppose. Killers down here ripping this stuff apart. Inspect all this stuff to get the free data banks. But we are going to demolish that stuff because I really don't care about having it in here. Deconstruct that when you get to it, guys. Now, all of this chlorine and hydrogen and stuff is going to float up because carbon dioxide is the heavier of the gases. The chlorine will float all the way up to here, which is where we've got our pumps, so we can sort it into our chlorine tank. The hydrogen we don't have a spot for, so that is going to have to get stuck somewhere. Probably in outer space or something. Again, we've got a lot of stuff we gotta work on. We got a ton done today. We literally enclosed all of our oil wells. I'm gonna get off here for tonight. Gotta get ready for bed for work. Absolutely, Lou. I'm right behind you as far as this stream is concerned. In about 15 minutes, I'm calling it for the day, and then gonna go get dinner, and then I'll be back on for some magic later. But that's neither here nor there. Well, it is kind of here, but it's not there. I don't know what I'm talking about. Just running my mouth. All right, sounds good. Sounds good. I'll be here. I'm here all the time, like I said earlier, so feel free to pop in anytime and hang out with us. Let's cancel that real quick. Now, once we get everything built, we could... Basically, once we get everything built here, we're going to then start focusing hard on our other planet and getting our space program up, at which point we'll... the dupes on this planet will spend a lot of time maintaining and building decor while we get our other stuff going. Could I try a deck that I made when you get back on? Yeah, killer. I'll hit you up and hop in with you before I even go live if you wanna test a deck out. I got a few decks I can play against you. I've been tuning my decks and making them pretty badass, but I got a couple of new ones that I'm still working the kinks out of too. Try to keep making new stuff, you know. I'm looking forward to the new cards a lot. That's why I want to stream tonight. Since it released today, I feel like it'd be a good idea. If I'm going to stream Magic any day, streaming it on release day streaming it on new set release day sounds like a good plan to me. So, how do I want to do this? Put those there. Oh, we don't have demolition yet. Now that would be killer. Alright, we're putting killer into demolition. He might get a little stressed because he keeps missing the nature reserve. I don't know how he misses the nature reserve. I mean, motherfucker eats every day and you have to go through the nature reserve to get to the food, but hey, you know, they try real hard to die, so we'll let them be. Now, as far as over here, we can mop up that. And deconstruct this gas vent. We're not going to be pulling gases in from up there anymore, so we can deconstruct that as well. We have so much CO2. That's awesome. That's going to get our Slickster ranches off the ground real quick. This is what I was talking about earlier, too. The reason I don't take people who are unconstructive and don't do tinkering is because you'll see that even our cook is out here doing some construction, right? Oh, I see. Our stone hatches are very young. They haven't even started laying eggs yet, so we should be increasing the number of stone hatches reasonably quickly. They're gonna get themselves killed. They always get themselves killed. Yes, have a wonderful evening, Lou, if you're still there. What Killer said. thank you guys all for hanging out today. It's been a really fun day for me doing this. It's great to meet new people. It's great to talk about stuff. I'm glad we got some new community members. I'm looking forward to looking at everything that's been shared over in Ani and RimWorld on the Discord. If anybody does want to join the Minecraft server, I'm going to be playing on that next weekend with Squiddy. You assholes. Someone build that right now. Fine, we'll build it out of granite because you've got granite there. Oh my god, you jackasses. Alright, Julie, let's get that ladder built. Our idiots are trapped over there. Yeah, let's stop to give the thumbs up while other people are on the wrong side of the ladder problem. Assholes. Muppets, as Francis would say. Sorry, biting my lip a little bit. I'll try and stop. Not that it matters, but, you know. Okay. Alright, I'm pretty happy with what we got going on here. A little nervous about releasing the hydrogen. Just because it's just gonna come up here and, like, gum up the works, so to speak. And I don't have any overflow for it set, but I think maybe we just don't worry about it. I would love to join next weekend, but we may be moving that weekend across the parking lot to the improved apartment. That's awesome. No, of course. I mean, you're welcome to join me on the like when I'm doing stuff anytime. I love having your help on the server when you're around. It's always a good time. So, but if you got stuff going on, you gotta do the things, you know. Okay, gotta go. Thanks for... Of course, Julie. Thank you for hanging out. I do apologize to everyone for starting to lose a little bit of steam over here. I'm just, you know, getting a little hungry. Just keeping an eye on the dupes, making sure they're not dying while we do a few basic dig-out projects here. We made a lot of progress today. I'm glad we finished up some of the projects we had going on Thursday last week. And the fact that we've got all of our oil wells in place... That is a fantastic thing. I'm trying to decide on a few things, but what am I trying to do here? Yeah, basically, when I get to the point where I can dig out the whole map, that becomes like a fixation. I'm very hyper-fixated on digging out the whole map right now. The only reason I haven't done all this stuff up here is because it's kind of like a backwards move. Plus, we got to brick in this chlorine gas vent until we're ready to use it. I'd like to get some dash of salt vines going, because then we can crush that up for sand and table salt. We've got 81.6 tons of sand, which is glass. Oh, we ripped out some glass down here. Good to know. Good to know. Basically, if you do it, well, the other planet, we're going to be purifying salt out of stuff over there. I don't think the other planet has a volcano. I considered the idea of using this volcano to desalinate and boil the polluted water, but we can only get one pipe through the transmitter. So to pump water over here to process it in the volcano, just kind of pointless. We'll use whatever means we need to over there. Let me double check. I don't think it has a volcano. No volcano. So we'll have to use other means. We'll be able to build a nuclear reactor over there though. So that should supply plenty of power for us to run at whatever nonsense we want to run. And since there is salt water over there, we'll be crushing salt to send sand over there. So if we filter everything through, I mean, desalinators are a pain in the ass because dupes have to run them. That's why I'd prefer to desalinate using a volcano. Let me check something real quick. Saltwater geyser, cool salt slush geyser, polluted water vent, water geyser. So, yeah, we're going to have probably more than a pipe full of salty water that we got to deal with. So we're not going to pump it over to here to do this. We'll probably end up using this to power either a second petroleum boiler or help augment our power system for a sour gas boiler. The thing about a sour gas boiler is we need to create cold and heat. So using the volcano means that we're going to have to dump the heat from the thing that's generating our cold somewhere else. So swings and roundabouts, as Francis would say. You know, there's a lot of stuff that's interdependent on each other. That's the fun of this game, is trying to like link together all these systems. I also can't wait to get this whole map swept up. Like, there's a very satisfying moment when you can just sweep the entire map to a single tile. We've got a lot of stuff on this tile up here because our storage used to be up here somewhere. We dropped it all onto that tile, making it pretty ugly, but I wasn't sure exactly where we were going to end up as far as the bedrooms were concerned. Sorry, those are words I tried to get out. I was like, I wasn't sure where the bedrooms were going to go when we set up our initial storage. So now that they're there, we had to move that out of the way. Now I'm not sure where our storage is going to go. This is a nice little nook like we were looking at earlier, but I think the design I would want to use might be a little too big for this spot. It all depends on how much automation we want to put in. In one of my bases, I sent everything to storage and then distributed from there. But if we have some direct routes and closed systems, we won't have to put everything in storage. We can just put a few things in there. So we'll see. We'll see where it goes. We'll see what happens. Is this vacuum now? That is vacuum. Okay, so all of these pumps, all of these things are officially sorted, so we can mop up this. This thing has now outlived its usefulness, so we're going to deconstruct that. Once that's mopped up, we'll deconstruct the airflow tiles and the bricks underneath. I will slap in one of those there just to make sure we don't screw our dupes up and get them stuck on the platform. You. Demolish. Demolish. Dreco. Once we get access to you, I want you moved here. We'll put that on a 6 so that once we get access, Green Thumbs can go drag you over there. 53 cycles until Jonathan is online. Yeah, when we get back on Thursday, one of the first things we'll do is we'll set up a temporary plastic setup. We'll make a, we'll make enough plastic to put in the other 2 steam turbines here and put in the steam turbine up here. We'll make a decision on how we want to deal with this. It'll be fine. Everything will be fine. I had a thought in my head there for a second where I might have to move these liquid locks again, but even if we do, it's not a big deal. We're doing blob locks. I'm a little overly cautious about how we're doing these locks with the steam room, because that's where it could get real dodgy, but I think we're okay. I think we're okay. All right, so let's go in here. Buildings. And now all of these things are going to need to eventually run over there. So if we connect all of them, Now, in theory, all of these, when they off-gas natural gas, should come up to our natural gas area. Obviously, we'll make adjustments to this once we're cleaning up our gas sorting. This is just a temporary gas sorting setup so that we can make sure our thing doesn't get overpressured here. And yeah, that's the basic rundown of that. I think we can call it there. Oh, real quick before we call it, let's turn this off because I don't want this burning hydrogen just from power leakage. This is kind of our backup power source for our material studies terminal over here. I'd like to kind of keep that. If we don't need to run that for our material studies, I don't want it burning power because we might be able to just dump that hydrogen into our eventual Dreco ranch. I apologize for making the title about Drecos and then not actually working on Drecos today, but it's also a fun title. So let's see who's online, see if we can raid out to somebody real quick. Maybe Julie is streaming, maybe Bat Guy is streaming. Maybe we go and make a new friend and we hang out with them until I come back later. Boop, 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 boop. Anybody playing Ani? Anybody playing Ani? Oh, Too Legit's on. Let's go say hi to Too Legit again. So, guys, we're going to go right over to Too Legit City. Absolutely amazing Ani content creator. Full stop. End of sentence. He will treat you good. Wonderful human beings, as far as I've been able to tell. We just recently started raiding into him like a week or two ago. I've seen much of his content. He's got some really smart stuff out there. So let's go by, show him some love. I'm gonna get dinner, and I'll be back in an hour or two with some Magic the Gathering this evening. You guys take care of yourselves. Be well. If I don't see you tonight, I'll see you tomorrow for some RimWorld. Rock on.
All the way, and then the loop is kind of compromised. And then this is going to be purely for power, which means I need a flipped setup, which I think I do right here, and I think this works.